Chapter 657. His saber intent is very strong. In our 18 southern provinces, there are not many young bladesmen with stronger saber intents than him. When that saber intent first came out, I could not control my saber. When the many bladesmen heard the hum of the saber, their eyes filled with shock. Ignoring the discussions and gazes of the others, Shao Chen raised the bodies of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one and chopped off their heads. Shao Chen returned the heads to the Haotian sect as proof that he had completed the mission. Then he removed the spatial rings of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one. Loose cultivators pursued a life of pleasure. Who knew when they might die? Normally, they would not have much wealth on them. However, this group of people had just robbed 2 clans. They should have some things on them. After doing all this, Shao Chen stood on the Blue Dragon and landed before the Feng Clan's clan head. He took out the mission list and said, "You are the one who issued the mission for the Haotian sect, right? Put your fingerprint here." The Feng Clan's clan head was somewhat dazed. Even now, he could not believe that the 7 Black Wind Killers, who had stirred up trouble in Dingshui City and kept everyone on tenterhooks, had died just like that. After Shao Chen reminded the Feng clan head again, he reacted and quickly put his fingerprint on the mission list. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks for young hero's help. The entire Feng clan is unable to repay you. You are too serious. I took someone's money, so I helped them eliminate their calamity. That is all." Smiling gently, Shao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then his white figure vanished into the vast night before everyone's eyes. Shao Chen had come in the dark and left in the night. He came and went like the wind, disappearing without a trace. The pitch-black night did not change because of him. Only the 7 headless corpses lying on the ground silently spoke of Shao Chen's achievements and fame. After a long time, when everyone had left, 2 figures with strong auras flew into the city from a distance. When he flew into the city and saw the 7 headless corpses, he looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat depressed. The 2 wore alternating blue and white robes. The one on the right had a sword at his waist, and the one on the left had 2 sabers on his back. If the people of Dingshui City were here, they would have recognized them as Rising Sky Pavilion disciples based on the sect insignia on their chests. Furthermore, they were inner sect disciples with high statuses. Dingshui City was located at the border of the Haotian province and White Feather province. Historically, Dingshui City had been under the jurisdiction of White Feather province and Haotian province. It could be considered a relatively chaotic place. There were many cities like this in all the major states. Such a city with unclear ownership was also a place that individual cultivators were most willing to visit. The square-faced cultivator carrying 2 sabers looked at the 7 headless corpses and said, "Senior Brother Wang, we are too late. Someone killed the 7 Black Wind Killers before us. The Kings, the Black Rogs, the Black Roared, the Sky Saints, the Black, were 7, the 7, the Black frequently, the 7. The cultivator with the 2 sabers was Lu Feihu. The handsome swordsman with the sword at his waist was Wang Feng. These 2 were the peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Coincidentally, they had accepted the mission to kill the 7. When they received the news, they immediately rushed to Dingshui City. Unexpectedly, they were still too late. Wang Feng remained silent. After a while, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The blood from the wounds has not coagulated yet. This person has not gone far. There should be people in the city who saw what happened." Lu Feihu immediately understood what Wang Feng meant. After wandering the world for so long, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Lu Feihu made a prompt decision and grabbed a nearby cultivator. Then he inquired about what had happened. After the 2 heard it, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Lu Feihu said, "That's impossible," An inner sect disciple that I have never heard of easily killed the 7. If it were one of the 5 old experts of the Haotian sect's inner sect, I might believe it. After all, these 5 are already very close to the strength of a true inheritor. Wang Feng's pitch-black eyes also revealed an uncertain expression. However, he was not in a rush to object like Lu Feihu. After a long time, Wang Feng voiced his opinion. The reason the 7 black wind killers can run amok for so long is not because their cultivation is much higher than that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. After all, loose cultivators do not have as many resources as sect disciples. Instead, it is because of the baleful aura they have and their rich combat experience. With these 2 added together, inner sect disciples who just left the sect would not be able to gain any advantage against them. Lu Feihu was not stupid. He immediately figured it out. He said, "You mean to say that this person might be a disciple with a lot of experience from the lower realm? His killing intent and combat experience are no weaker than the 7 black wind killers?" Wang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. That is the only possibility. He did not rely on his cultivation to kill the 7 black wind killers. He is definitely not a match for us. This person is definitely going to use the transportation formation from Sky Mound City to Haotian City. We just have to stop him before he gets there." As Xiao Chen left the city, he did not know that 2 peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had already targeted him. At this moment, Xiao Chen had an expression of anticipation as he opened the spatial rings on the 7 black wind killers' hands. Aside from some truly strong bandits, loose cultivators normally would not have a lot of wealth on them. The reason was very simple. If they had a lot of resources, they would not have to take the risk of plundering everywhere. Furthermore, they were not in a sect. If they wanted to buy medicinal pills, they would be much more expensive than sect disciples. For example, in the Haotian sect, an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill only cost 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. In the outside world, it would cost more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones. To loose cultivators, the spirit gathering pearls that the sect gave them for free were treasures that they craved. Even if one had money, it would be difficult to buy them. As loose cultivators, they lived precariously. Who knew when they might die at the hands of others? They always pursued the principle of enjoying themselves while they could, spending as much wealth as they could. However, there would always be surprises. Occasionally, there would be news of someone killing a loose cultivator in the Tianwu domain and obtaining an unexpected fortune. However, today, Xiao Qin probably had no fate with this surprise. Of the 7 spatial rings, he opened 6 in a row. In the end, there were no treasures worth looking at. However, there were spirit herbs under 1,000 years old, medicinal pills worth several thousand superior grade spirit stones, and yellow ranked profound, ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques. There were countless of them. These should be the wealth that they had obtained after looting the 2 clans of Dingshui City. Given the size of Dingshui City and its geographical location, it was easy to imagine how many treasures the 4 clans had accumulated. The only consolation was that the 6 of them had some superior grade spirit stones on them. Altogether, they had more than 100,000. To Xiao Qin, who had spent all his superior grade spirit stones on the quintessence gathering pill, this solved some of his urgent problems. Xiao Qin shifted his gaze to the last spatial ring. That was the spatial ring of the one-eyed man of the 7 black wind killers. This person was the leader of the 7 black wind killers, and also the strongest. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, his wealth should be a little more than the other 6 combined. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into this person's spatial ring. After a rough scan, he got a rough idea of what was inside. There were more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones, more than 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 inferior grade quintessence gathering pill, and a peak grade medicinal pill for instantly replenishing quintessence. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. At least there was some profit. In total, there were 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. The 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls could be considered a windfall. What Xiao Chun lacked now were inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Only the surging quintessence in the spirit gathering pearls could speed up his cultivation. Superior grade spirit stones could only be used as currency. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chun hurried on his way, pondering over his actions in the previous battle. What was wrong and what was good for him? The last strike of the blade flash and thunder shadow was the first time that it was used against so many people at the same time, and it achieved an effect that even Xiao Chun could not have imagined. If Xiao Chun was not wrong, this lightning shadow saber light should be an inferior grade, heaven-ranked martial technique. It was of a lower rank than the blue dragon goes to sea, but its effects were not much worse. Moreover, it did not consume as much quintessential essence. In the future, Xiao Chun could use Saber Light Thunder Shadow as his trump card and Blue Dragon Goes to Sea as his trump card. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were different from Earth-ranked martial techniques. One had to continuously comprehend and dig deeper. Every 10% increase in might would result in a completely different outcome. No matter how much one dug deeper into an Earth-ranked martial technique, it would only be like the Four Seasons saber technique. Its potential was limited. After all, its creation was based on essence. However, heaven-ranked martial techniques could continuously make breakthroughs. They were based on even stronger, quintessential essence. Even if one broke through to martial sage in the future, or even peak martial sage, one could continue using it. It would not become outdated. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, I can only bring out 30% of Saber Light Thunder Shadow's might. However, this name sounds rather unpleasant. When I have time in the future, I have to think of a better name. The original move was called Sword Light Fire Shadow, which sounded pretty good. However, after changing it to Saber Light Thunder Shadow, it seemed rather ordinary. Along the way, Xiao Chun looked relaxed. In reality, he was not idle at all. He continuously thought about the various variations of the Saber Light Thunder Shadow. For days later, the majestic sky Mound City came into view. Xiao Chun could not help but increase his pace. When he passed a forest, Xiao Chun could not help but frown slightly. He had been to this forest before. It was a place one had to pass to get to and from Sky Mound City. However, there were no strong spirit beasts in the forest. There were only some ordinary birds and beasts. Logically speaking, there should not be any danger. However, Xiao Chun had clearly felt a killing intent earlier. That killing intent disappeared in an instant. It had been hidden very well. Xiao Chun had always been very confident in his senses. He immediately sent out his spiritual sense and searched the forest carefully. Strange, I clearly felt a killing intent. Why did my spiritual sense not discover anything? Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a suspicious expression. In the Kunlun realm, the laws were restricted. When cultivators flew, not only were they slower than in the lower realms, but they also exhausted more quintessential essence. Unless their lives were in danger, regular cultivators would not casually fly for long periods of time. Xiao Chun looked at the forest and thought for a while. In the end, he decided to enter it. Chapter 658. At worst, if there was any danger, he could just flee. Among those of the same generation, Xiao Chun did not dare claim to be unrivaled. However, he was still proud of his speed. If he ran into a martial sage or someone close to that level, there was no need to think too much. If a martial sage wanted to kill him, no matter how he ran, it would be pointless to think too much. There was a narrow path in the quiet forest. As Xiao Chun walked on it, his expression remained the same as usual. However, he kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings at all times. All sorts of small birds rested on the green trees on both sides of the path. These birds were unique to the Kunlun realm and were very intelligent. The chirping sounds rang out crisply without end. Carried by the gentle wind, the sounds continued to spread into the distance. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. The more it looked like this, the more cautious Xiao Qin became. The 99 drops of pearl-like quintessence liquid above his dantian spun quickly, ready to counterattack at any time if he met with any danger. Bang! Suddenly, the ground in front of and behind Xiao Qin split open, and two figures leaped out. A sharp killing intent spread out like a strong wind. Flap! 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 The birds perched on the trees were startled. They flapped their wings in a fluster and fled in flocks. The person in front held two sabers in his hands. The two sabers danced around quickly, creating a chaotic saber wind. His aura was startling, like a torrential storm pouring down. The saber wind chopped down the surrounding trees, turning them into wood shavings that filled the air and danced in the wind. When one looked around, dust and wood shavings filled the air behind the dual saber man. Shock waves surged out like surging waves. When he attacked, he raised his aura to its peak. As for the person behind him, he held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword light was withdrawn, looking simple and plain. He was like a sharp arrow tearing through the air, rushing forward. Compared to the startling aura of the dual saber cultivator, this person was very simple. The two formed a sharp contrast. One was very skillful, and the other had a horrifying aura. When the two attacked at the same time, a dense killing intent encased Xiao Qin. They wanted to take down Xiao Qin in one move. Xiao Qin kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings. He did not panic when the two suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he had found several openings in the joint attacks of the two. Then he quickly analyzed which openings he could use to allow him to suffer the least damage and retreat. The opportunity was fleeting. Xiao Qin had never been a wishy-washy person. After thinking for a moment, he made his move. Xiao Qin drew his saber and sent out a dazzling light. He had already agitated his quintessence and infused it into his saber. Kacha! Xiao Qin turned around and blocked the simple sword behind him. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained an extraordinary amount of power. When the sword and the saber collided, a series of energy ripples erupted and spread in all directions, directly uprooting the surrounding trees and crushing them into powder. Dust billowed, and when the dust from the man with the twin sabers merged together, the entire scene turned chaotic and blurry. Xiao Qin's arm went numb. He was astonished at the strength of that swordsman. However, the situation had already developed according to his script, so he did not fear it. Xiao Qin's figure trembled slightly, and he used the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to leave behind a clone. Then he soared into the sky and hid in the dust. Amid the dust, the man with the twin sabers watched as Xiao Qin's clone flew over. He rejoiced and immediately swung his saber. Chi! Chi! In the blink of an eye, the two sabers sent out no less than 100 saber lights, chopping Xiao Qin's clone into countless pieces. "We fell for it," the man with the twin sabers cursed softly, his expression changing when he saw the situation. When all the dust settled, the two of them looked up and saw Xiao Qin standing on a tree branch a kilometer away, calmly looking at the two of them. Naturally, these two were the Rising Sky Pavilions Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time already and had made ample preparations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin still managed to avoid their ambush. On the tree branch, Xiao Qin carefully sensed the two's cultivations. The swordsman was a middle-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. The man with the twin sabers was not weak either, an early-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Qin could not help but frown slightly. The Kunlun realm was not like the lower realms. Here, a cultivator's strength would increase by a small cultivation realm. It would be incredibly difficult to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. These two medial-grade martial monarchs were probably in trouble. When Xiao Chen recognized the sect insignia on the other party's chest, he said coldly, "The Rising Sky Pavilion's people. I don't think I have any grudges with the two of you. Why are you blocking my way?" Lu Feihu crossed his twin sabers and smiled. "Naturally, we do not have any grudges with you. However, you have something that we want, so you have to stay." Wang Feng said calmly, "Just hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. We will not take the treasures on them." Like the Haotian sect's mission hall, the Rising Sky Pavilion also had a contribution ranking every month. As long as one topped it, they would receive a great reward. Compared to the rewards, the Rising Sky Pavilion did not care about the 7 Black Wind Killers' wealth. When Xiao Chen heard Wang Feng's natural tone, as though it was only right for him to take the heads that he had worked so hard to obtain, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. He said, "In that case, I'll say this as well. Quickly scram. Otherwise, when the Haotian sect's people find out that your Rising Sky Pavilion's people are behaving atrociously here, you will not be able to escape." Lu Feihu smiled sinisterly. His magnanimous face revealed a trace of incongruous viciousness as he said, "Haha, that is if you are alive and able to make it back alive." Right after Lu Feihu spoke, he prepared to make a move. However, Wang Feng stopped him. Wang Feng had exchanged a move with Xiao Chen. Wang Feng had used 50% of his strength in that attack. However, as an inferior grade martial monarch, Xiao Chen was able to receive it calmly. Unlike Lu Feihu, Wang Feng felt that this person before him was not as simple as an ordinary inferior grade martial monarch. Wang Feng smiled faintly and said, "This friend, how about selling the heads in your hand to us? 7 heads for 70,000 superior grade spirit stones." Xiao Chen said rudely, "Sorry, I do not lack these spirit stones. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Why are you speaking nonsense to him?" Lu Feihu had a fiery temper. He cursed and leaped into the air, charging over. Wang Feng's expression turned completely sullen. In his opinion, he had already given Xiao Chen a lot of face. Unexpectedly, this fellow still overestimated himself. 2 were medial grade martial monarchs, and 1 was a middle stage medial grade martial monarch. Furthermore, these 2 were peak inner sect disciples of rank 8 sections. Xiao Chen did some calculations. If he continued fighting, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. Furthermore, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, Xiao Chen was only an inferior grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. If he refined his quintessence with the quintessence gathering pill, he would not fear these 2. Xiao Chen would not be able to gain any advantage in this fight. However, this Lu Feihu seemed to be underestimating him. Perhaps he still had a chance. With a thought, Xiao Chen pushed off a tree branch and retreated. Right after Xiao Chen dodged, Lu Feihu's sabers chopped the tree he was standing on into several pieces. Sharp saber qi flew around the forest. "Kassier! Kassier!" Many trees fell to the ground after being chopped in half. Lu Feihu's aura flourished as he chased after Xiao Chen, hacking wildly at Xiao Chen as he slowly closed in on him. A few more exquisite saber techniques forced Xiao Chen into a corner. Lu Feihu laughed loudly and said, "Brat, let's see where you can run to." A look of horror flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he retreated in a fluster. However, he quickly hid it and did his best to brandish his saber to block. When Lu Feihu noticed the look in Xiao Chen's eyes, he felt very pleased. He thought to himself, "Your acting is pretty good. Do you think I cannot tell that you are just putting on a strong front?" Bang! The 2 sabers struck the pitch-black blade of the lunar shadow saber. A berserk saber intent and quintessence surged out. Xiao Chen immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew back miserably. When Lu Feihu saw the situation, he was even more certain of his thoughts. He smiled coldly and said, "Now you know how to regret it. Unfortunately, it is too late. Don't think that you are incredible just because you are a disciple of the Haoqian sect." Lu Feihu took large strides and charged forward, forcing Xiao Qin to retreat without being able to retaliate. When Wang Feng, who had been quietly following, saw this scene, he was surprised at first. However, he smiled in relief and said, "So that is how it is. I nearly got scared off by this brat." This brat should have suffered significant internal injuries from the initial attack. However, he endured it. He wanted to use his identity as a disciple of the Haoqian sect to scare the two of them away without having to hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, under Lu Feihu's ferocious attacks, he immediately exposed himself. He could not hide it even if he wanted to. After thinking for a while, Wang Feng concluded that the situation was as he guessed. He relaxed slightly and no longer followed Lu Feihu closely like before. Instead, he followed at a leisurely pace. Each move of Lu Feihu's was more ferocious than the one before. As he advanced, he forced Xiao Chen into a sorry state. He could only barely deal with Lu Feihu. The surrounding trees were destroyed one by one like building blocks, turning into catkins that flew all over the sky. As Xiao Chen raised his lunar shadow saber, he looked like he was blocking the other party's attacks in a sorry state. However, in reality, he was calculating every opening of Lu Feihu's. "No, this opening is too small. Although I can force Lu Feihu back, he will be able to react quickly. I will not be able to injure him. This move will not do, either. After I injure him, I will not be able to retreat. Wang Feng, who is at the side, will be able to catch up." Xiao Qin circulated his energy and vomited another mouthful of blood. His face paled even more. Even as he faced the various opportunities, he remained absolutely calm, waiting for the best opportunity. Lu Feihu swung both his sabers and burst forth with surging quintessence. He knocked Xiao Qin into the air and sent him crashing into the ground. When Lu Feihu saw Xiao Qin struggling to stand up, he smiled sinisterly. He walked over step by step, lowering his guard to the lowest. Wang Feng, who was at the side, also revealed a sinister smile. He muttered to himself, "This fellow is finally an arrow at the end of its flight. This is the moment. Make your move." When Lu Feihu got within 2 meters of Xiao Qin, something strange happened. Xiao Qin, who looked weak and had difficulty standing up, suddenly soared into the air. He swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged his quintessence and state of thunder. The 7 saber images split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. The saber light was very bright and thunder roared. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly reached its peak. Chapter 659. These 21 saber images were hard to distinguish. The might of each saber strike was immense. No one dared to underestimate them. The most important thing was that Lu Feihu had just let down his guard. Every step he took was filled with openings. It was impossible to defend perfectly. Dang! 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 Lu Feihu managed to block 18 of the 21 saber strikes. However, he could not block the remaining 3. 3 saber lights tore open bloody wounds on his chest. Fortunately, Lu Feihu's quintessence was much denser than Xiao Chen's. Although the wounds were horrifying, they were not fatal. However, before Lu Feihu could catch his breath, the 21 saber lights suddenly formed a line, forming a vast sea filled with electric light. Bang! The sea of electricity knocked Lu Feihu back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as electricity leaped around his entire body, crackling continuously. The situation instantly changed. However, it was not over yet. As Lu Feihu flew back before he landed, he saw a saber light coming from an unknown place. Like a bolt of lightning, the saber light flew towards Lu Feihu's chest. At the critical moment, Lu Feihu did his best to twist his body. "Cassier!" a scarlet light shot out. That saber light chopped off Lu Feihu's right arm, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Lu Feihu fell to the ground, unable to get up. With his right arm chopped off, intense pain assaulted him continuously. He rolled around on the ground, moaning in pain. When Wang Feng, who was not far away, saw this sudden scene, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How did the previously listless Xiao Qin suddenly become so lively and lively, instantly turning the situation around? By the time Wang Feng recovered his wits, Xiao Chen was already standing on 3 blue dragon images, rushing towards the distant sky mound city. Xiao Chen's speed flabbergasted Wang Feng. Even if Wang Feng chased with all his might, he could barely keep up. After losing the initiative, he would never be able to catch up. Wang Feng looked at the moaning Lu Feihu on the ground, and then at Xiao Chen, who calmly retreated. Wang Feng's expression alternated between green and white, clearly extremely frustrated. 2 of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had actually been fooled by a brat who had just left the sect. Furthermore, they had to pay such a hefty price. Along the way, Xiao Qin did not slow down. He flew to the corner of Sky Mound City before letting out a sigh of relief and stopping. The sword-wielding martial artist gave him a very dangerous feeling. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, if the other party wasn't careless, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Only by consuming the quintessence gathering pill and refining his quintessence could he defeat his opponent easily. But before that, there was no need to take the risk and fight to the death with the other party. The gains did not make up for the losses. Looking at the space ring in his hand, Xiao Chen smiled and strode toward the city gates. This spatial ring was from Lu Feihu's arm. As for Lu Feihu's arm, he had already thrown it away. Instead of rushing to the transportation formation in the city, Xiao Chen rented a quiet courtyard and prepared to open Lu Feihu's spatial ring. Lu Feihu was one of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Although he could not compare to the top inner disciples of the Haotian sect, he should be much wealthier than those loose cultivators. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the spatial ring and carefully scanned it, not missing any corner. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he revealed an expression of wild joy. In the spatial ring, there was a total of 1 million superior grade spirit stones, more than 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 superior grade quintessence gathering pill, and several rank 8 medicinal pills of the same grade as the quintessence gathering pill. After consuming the quintessence gathering pill, it could clear away all the distracting thoughts in a cultivator's heart for a period of time, increasing the chances of a cultivator making a breakthrough when comprehending a martial technique. There were also many other medicinal pills and spirit herbs of a lower grade. All the things that Lu Feihu had accumulated as an inner disciple ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Qin could not help but smile. Lu Feihu probably feels like dying now. Xiao Chen tidied up the items in the 7 black wind killers' spatial rings and Lu Feihu's spatial rings. Then he put on a cloak and went out, exchanging them for superior grade spirit stones. With this, Xiao Qin now had a total of 1,800,000 superior grade spirit stones. He was originally poor, but now he was rich. However, the most important thing were the spirit gathering pearls. After obtaining 100 spirit gathering pearls from Lu Feihu, Xiao Chen would be able to advance to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. As for the 100-odd inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that Xiao Chen originally had, he could keep them and consume the quintessence gathering pill to increase his cultivation quickly. It is time to raise my cultivation to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen took out the 100 spirit gathering pearls and clenched his fist. As long as he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he would be able to defeat Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. Xiao Chen went to the cultivation room in the courtyard and sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Then he placed the 4 spirit gathering pearls on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. When he was a martial king, Shao Qin had experienced the might of the spirit gathering pearls. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and slowly melted the 4 spirit gathering pearls. Bang! 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 The 4 spirit gathering pearls melted one after another, releasing a horrifying energy that spread out in Shao Chen's body. His internal organs trembled endlessly. Shao Chen's internal organs trembled endlessly. As the 4 surging energies clashed with each other, his body churned like it would explode at any moment. Most people could only refine one inferior grade spirit gathering pearl at a time because their physical body could not endure it. Refining 4 spirit gathering pearls in one go, like Shao Qin, was no different from sending himself to death. Shao Qin knew his limits. Given the strength of his physical body, as long as he could stabilize his mind, refining 4 spirit gathering pearls at the same time would not be a problem. Clenching his teeth, Shao Qin endured the intense pain. He kept his mind calm and did his best to persevere. Dita! Dita! Sweat poured off Shao Chen's body like rain. In less than a minute, he looked like he had been fished out of water. The intense pain was easy to imagine. However, Shao Chen had to persevere because he did not have much time left. In this Kunlun realm, just 2 medial grade martial monarchs would be able to force him back. A superior grade martial monarch would be able to destroy him. Shao Chen had his own pride. Even though he was in a dormant state, it did not mean that he had given up on the determination in his heart. After 5 minutes, the intense pain finally disappeared. Shao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Then he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and slowly refined the huge spiritual body formed by the 4 spirit gathering pearls. After 10 great cycles, the spiritual energy in Shao Chen's 9 meridians flowed out of the 9 main meridians and gathered together. Finally, the spiritual energy condensed into a drop of quintessence, liquid, glistening with purple light. Then it slowly floated above Shao Chen's dantian. Shao Chen opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. After persevering for so long, there was finally some reward. Shao Chen picked up another 4 spirit gathering pearls and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then he continued to refine them. According to Shao Chen's estimations, he needed to condense at least 120 drops of quintessence liquid before he could reach peak late-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch. 10 days later, after spending a total of 150 spirit gathering pearls, Shao Chen finally advanced to peak late-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch. The number of spirit gathering pearls required exceeded his original plan. Shao Chen had expected this long ago, so he was not surprised. Compared to a regular heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the purple thunder divine incantation seemed to be even stronger. Even Shao Chen could not figure it out. Rumor had it that the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer was a dividing line. If he could cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 7th layer, there would be an unimaginable change. There might even be an ancient heavenly tribulation. However, this was not something that Shao Chen could think about for now. At this moment, Shao Chen's quintessence was vast, strong, and reserved. With his cultivation at peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch and his plain and reserved aura, no one would believe that Shao Chen had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Shao Chen cautiously took out the superior grade quintessence gathering pill. Then he looked at this quintessence gathering pill with lingering spiritual energy. He revealed a contemplative look. Medicinal pills were divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 were holy pills. Above holy pills were the legendary immortal pills. Even sovereign martial emperors sought immortal pills. However, Whether immortal pills existed or not was just a legend in this world. In this world, any medicinal pill that reached rank 8 was extremely precious. The superior grade quintessence gathering pill was the peak of rank 8 medicinal pills. If it was sold for 200,000 medicinal pills in the sect, it could be sold for 7 or 800,000 medicinal pills in an auction outside. However, the sect limited the purchase of such strategic medicinal pills. It was very difficult for inner sect disciples to sell them. He collected his wandering thoughts and placed the medicinal pill in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted and turned into a cool liquid that flowed down his throat. Everywhere it passed, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. Qi. However, when that liquid flowed to the top of Xiao Chen's dantian, he felt a burning sensation. The comfortable feeling instantly turned into extreme pain. When the liquid flowed into the liquefied medicinal pill, the 99 drops of pearl-like liquid sizzled and gave off steam. It was like his body was on fire. The fire penetrated deep into his bones, burning in his blood, burning in his bones, and burning in his muscles. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's face contorted in pain. His facial features scrunched up. He did not look human at all. Why did one have to endure such intense pain when consuming the quintessence gathering pill? Why had no one mentioned it before? Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and gave off a grinding sound. He felt very suspicious. He did not believe that many people could endure such pain. Even the pain that Xiao Chen experienced from the spirit gathering pearls in his body paled in comparison to this pain. Damn it! Could it be because of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill? Why did the owner not warn me? I should have bought some expensive medicinal herbs to help. If I could not endure it and failed, the 200,000 superior grade spirit stones would have gone to waste. However, in reality, Xiao Qin had misunderstood the owner. The problem was with himself. Most cultivators would not condense quintessence on their own. Not only was it difficult, but it was also time-consuming and required a lot of patience. The most important thing was that after one condensed their quintessence and consumed the quintessence gathering pill, they would experience the same unbearable experience as Shaoqin. In the vast Tianwu domain, there were countless outstanding people. Those seniors had already thought of refining their quintessence before consuming the quintessence gathering pill. Chapter 660. However, when most people consumed the quintessence gathering pill, the pain tormented them into failure, causing them to fail in their breakthrough. The higher the cultivation technique, the greater the pain one would have to endure. The more severe it was, the more painful it was, and the more severe it was, the crippling of one's cultivation. Aside from a few geniuses, very few people managed to make it through. If Xiao Chun was cultivating bitterly and was willing to spend some time to listen to the teachings of the seniors, the first lesson would be like this. However, Xiao Qin did not know about this. Right now, he thought that it was because of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill, so he persisted bitterly. However, Xiao Chun had his own opportunity. That was his physical body, which was very strong among those of the same generation. Those with stronger physical bodies than him would not spend time cultivating quintessence. Those with stronger quintessence than him would not spend time cultivating their physical bodies. If Xiao Chen possessed a willpower that surpassed that of an ordinary person, he might be able to make it through. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that he could endure this pain. Otherwise, if he admitted defeat in his heart, no matter how strong his physical body was, it would just be a decoration. Xiao Chen had to persevere. Otherwise, he would waste too much time, which would be too unfortunate. Xiao Chen was in so much pain that his thoughts turned blurry. He only retained a trace of his heart and persisted bitterly. The 100-odd drops of quintessence slowly shrank under the heat of the quintessence gathering pill. Then they merged in 2s and 3s. Every time the quintessence gathering pill merged, there was intense pain. Xiao Chen did not dare to open his mouth and scream. He was afraid that he would accidentally bite his tongue off. This state persisted for an unknown period of time. Just as that trace of Xiao Chen's consciousness was about to fade away, the pain in his body suddenly vanished. Xiao Chen relaxed. Before he could even catch his breath, he collapsed and fell asleep. This sleep was very sound. In a deep sleep, he did not think about anything. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, it was already 3 days later. He stretched his body a little, and there was a crackling sound coming from all over his body. When Xiao Chen stood up, he could not help but feel that he was lighter than before. However, his strength was firmer than before. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Xiao Chen circulated his quintessential essence slightly. Immediately, he sensed a powerful and restrained power and punched the air. The true essence directly exploded on the fist, and a thunderous explosion resounded in the air. The entire beam began to shake violently. The amount of power he used was clearly the same, but the power he could unleash was more than 4 times stronger than before. This was the power of the quintessential essence condensed by the quintessential gathering pill. Ordinary people could only increase the power by 2 times, but because he had condensed it once in advance, the power was doubled again. Xiao Chen's face lit up with joy. He reacted and said, "Could it be that I succeeded?" Xiao Chen sank his consciousness and took a look. He saw 30 drops of quintessence neatly floating above his dantian. They had a rich luster and were at least twice as large as before. Ha ha ha, we really succeeded. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He walked out of the training room and went to the courtyard. He began to feel the effects of being reborn. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know that he had unintentionally completed a goal that very few people had achieved in the past 1,000 years. He only thought that everyone who consumed a superior grade quintessence gathering pill would experience such pain. Bang! 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 Fists howled, and strands of quintessence exploded on Xiao Chen's fist. The surrounding air churned as the explosive force pressed down. The ground seemed like it would sink in, shaking left and right like an earthquake. Good, good, good. If I meet those 2 fellows from the Rising Sky Pavilion again, I will not have to show weakness. I don't need to pretend to be weak. If I fight them directly, I have a 70% chance of defeating them easily. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and stood upright. A bright light shone in his eyes, filled with strong self-confidence. As for Gue Wu's group, there was no need to care about them. Even if 6 or 7 people surrounded them, Xiao Chen could defeat them, beating them into submission. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chen collected the deposit for the courtyard. Then, without further delay, he prepared to rush back to the Haotian sect. As Xiao Chen rushed to the transportation formation in the city, he discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Occasionally, cultivators flew out of the surrounding restaurants and inns. Furthermore, they were all heading in the same direction. In the Kunlun realm, flying in the air exhausted a lot of quintessence. If there was nothing major, no one would fly in the air for no reason. After all, if it was just traveling, there would not be much of a difference in speed between traveling on land and in the sky. Quick, let's go. The top genius of the 9th battle realm, Renhua, is going to challenge the top bladesman of our 18 southern provinces, Fengxingxing. The geniuses of the 10 great battle realms have all been in the limelight recently. Several famous young experts have been defeated by them. Of course, there are no mediocre people in the battle realms. They have the bloodline of the ancient giants and are born with divine strength. Their strength is vast and they love to fight. Furthermore, they are the top geniuses among them. However, their rise is too fast. Fengxingxing is an expert second only to the 7 giants. He ranks in the top 100 of the proud son of heaven ranking. Even the older generation people praise his saber techniques. In this great age, everything is possible. How can we still look at it with the old standards? As Xiao Chen stood in the air, He listened to the scattered news coming from all around. Finally, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. There were geniuses from the lower realms challenging the local experts of the Tianwu domain. Furthermore, both sides had significant backgrounds. Hence, many cultivators rushed over to watch the excitement. I have been in the Tianwu domain for a long time already, but I have not seen a true fight between the top experts of the younger generation. It would be good to go and take a look. After changing his mind at the last minute, Xiao Qin decided to join in on the excitement. He would definitely learn a lot from a fight between experts of the same generation, broadening his horizons. The battle realms Renhua and the 18 southern provinces, proud son of heaven rankings, 7 giants, Fengxingxing. One was the top genius of the 9th battle realm, and the other was known as the top bladesman of the south. The commotion caused by the two's arranged battle far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Nearly all the experts above martial monarch in Sky Mound City made a move. There were even many martial kings rushing over from all directions. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. The location of the arranged battle was 9 Sword Peak, which was very close to Sky Mound City. That place was vast and sparsely populated. There were no spirit beasts or natural treasures on the mountain. It was just like a desolate mountain. With this place as the location of the duel, no matter how large the shockwaves were, there would not be any problems. Xiao Qin followed the crowd and flew to the location of the duel. When he looked to the front, he saw 9 tall peaks on the plain. They looked like 9 treasured swords rising from the ground and piercing the sky. That place was 9 Sword Peak. The 9 peaks were shaped like treasured swords, hence its name. Xiao Qin asked around and found out that this 9 Sword Peak was a holy land for duels. Due to the special environment of this place, experts of the younger generation frequently came here to challenge. The shockwaves from the previous battles had shaved off several kilometers of the tall peaks. Even so, the 9 peaks were still more than 20 kilometers tall. One could easily imagine how majestic 9 Sword Peak had been in the past. 4 or 5 people already stood on one of the 9 peaks. All of them were tall and stout, exuding the ferocious aura of wild beasts. The auras of these people merged and surged towards the sky, stirring up the white clouds in the sky. Even before the battle began, it already felt like a storm was brewing. Unexpectedly, aside from the few in closed-door cultivation, the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms are all here. This lineup is really big. I have long heard that the people of the battle realms are the most united. Now that I see them, the rumors are indeed true. Indeed, that is why most people would not seek trouble with the people of the battle realms. They are madmen in the first place. When a group of madmen fearlessly fights with you, that is even scarier. Haha, those who are 1 cultivation realm higher than them would have a headache if they met with this group of people. The local cultivators of the Tianwu domain beside Xiao Qin discussed softly. As they spoke, they appeared very relaxed. Xiao, a loud piercing sound could be heard from afar, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. A sharp aura swept over like a strong gust of wind. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look and saw a person flying over from the west. This person was tall and skinny, and his face was very narrow, giving him a stern look. This person held a saber in his left hand and wore clean and simple blue robes. He flew over expressionlessly and stopped at the summit of a mountain. This person glanced around, and his gaze was like a sharp saber light, seemingly solid. With one glance, the faint fog around the summit slowly scattered. Fengxingxing is here. Thousands of martial monarchs in the surroundings of the mountain range looked into the distance. Even more cultivators stopped to watch on the ground below the mountain peak. The place was very lively. Among the crowd, Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, what a strong saber intent. He is the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces, I hope he lives up to his reputation. Feng Xingxing glanced at the people from the battle realms, 3 mountain peaks away. The corners of his lips curled up, and pride appeared on his stern face. He said indifferently, "There are so many people here. Situ gang, are you planning to gang up on them?" As Feng Xingxing spoke, the top geniuses of the other battle realms scattered. Now, only the stout Ren Hua remained at the summit. "Ha ha ha! Feng Xingxing, you overestimate yourself. Do you think we need to work together to deal with you?" Ren Hua released his aura and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with boundless tyranny and arrogance. His voice reverberated in the mountain peaks for a long time without stopping. In the end, it turned into a whistling gale that drifted back and forth between the 9 mountains. The wind howled and the clouds parted. Feng Xingxing's white robes fluttered loudly in the wind. Pa, pa, pa. Suddenly the wind howled. A chain of crisp explosions rang out. Everyone looked over. It turned out that when Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered, there was an intense energy fluctuation. Every time his clothes fluttered, there would be an explosion. The continuous explosions shook the air until it buzzed. Countless rocks on the mountain peak rolled down like an army of thousands of men and horses. What a powerful move! Everyone gazed at Renhua, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Just a single sentence was able to cause such a great might. So exactly how thick is his true essence? Furthermore, Feng Xingxing, who remained calm under the surging sound waves, was probably unfathomable as well. When Xiao Chen saw the simple exchange of moves between these two, he felt somewhat astonished. This Ren Hua was only a late-stage, medial grade martial monarch. However, Ren Hua's flexibility in using quintessence and strength far surpassed Xiao Chen's. Chapter 661. Feng Xingxing remained expressionless on his stern face. He smiled coldly and said, "Insignificant tricks. The 5 of you attacking together is actually nothing much. How arrogant. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant later." Ren Hua snorted and pushed off the mountain peak heavily. Then he drew a black ruler and flew forward at lightning speed. The distance between the 9 mountain peaks looked very close from a distance. In reality, even the closest one was a kilometer away. Bang! 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 Every time Ren Hua passed a mountain peak, he would push off heavily with his feet. Every time he pushed off, his speed would increase. Crunching sounds came from the mountain peaks. With the force of his feet, the mountain peaks shattered, becoming shorter by several inches. Dust filled the air, giving off a startling aura. Such a large formation was in line with the rough and unrestrained combat style of the people of the battle realms. Although it took a long time to describe, Ren Hua arrived before Feng Xingxing in just 4 or 5 flashes. The heavy black ruler seemed to contain a tremendous force as it hacked at Feng Xingxing with a berserk aura. The instant it landed, it seemed to split the air in half. With the naked eye, one could clearly see a shockwave parting the air like a curtain of water. Feng Xingxing turned around slightly and drew his saber, blocking the descending ruler. A loud collision resounded, deafening everyone's eardrums. Feng Xingxing did not move at all. He easily received such a heavy blow that seemed to be able to break the sky. Ren Hua chuckled and said unconcernedly, "Your hand must be numb. This is just the appetizer." Feng Xingxing said coldly, "You overestimate yourself. I am not as weak as you make me out to be. This ruler of yours is really, really weak." Kassier, a dazzling saber light flickered like stars as Feng Xingxing drew his saber. A sharp saber intent gathered and merged with quintessence to form a strand of pitch-black saber chi. Ren Hua's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Feng Xingxing to be able to draw his saber so easily under the pressure of his heavy ruler. Ren Hua's figure flickered as he retreated. The friction between his body and the air gave off a dull sonic boom. The corners of Feng Xingxing's lips curled up slightly. His right hand, which held his saber hilt, was like an artist waving a baton, swinging it forward rhythmically. That strand of pitch-black saber chi immediately swept out, forming a curved black line in the air. As Ren Hua retreated, the curved black lines between the two surfaces slowly widened, giving off a strange sense of beauty. Ren Hua's expression turned unsightly. The arc formed by the black saber chi seemed to expand endlessly. It was less than 2 inches away from his face. The strong wind from the saber chi caused the hair in front of his head to flutter wildly. The skin on his face also hurt. The black saber chi was like a blade of death. If he was a little slower, his head would immediately be chopped in half. Furthermore, the distance between them was simply too close. There was simply no time for him to use his heavy ruler to block the attack. All he could do was continue to retreat. At this moment, his life was hanging by a thread. He could only gamble that the saber chi would weaken before he ran out of quintessence due to time. When the people outside saw this, they did not think much of it. It was just Feng Xingxing sending out a strand of black saber chi to force Ren Hua back. Unexpectedly, Ren Hua's situation had already reached a point where he would die if he was not careful. Feng Xingxing revealed a disdainful smile. His right hand moved at lightning speed, and he sheathed his saber. Xiao! When the saber was completely sheathed, the black saber chi instantly formed a black ring and flickered before disappearing into nothingness. Ren Hua, you are looking for the wrong person if you want to use me as a stepping stone to become famous. If you want to defeat me, get the top 3 geniuses of your 10 great battle realms. You are not qualified. Feng Xingxing smiled faintly. Then he shot forward like an arrow, turning to leave before everyone's doubtful gazes. What's going on? Is the battle over? Several people could not understand what was going on. They had not expected this battle, which they were all looking forward to end so quickly. Most people did not even know who won. Only a few people could see that Ren Hua, who landed miserably on a mountain peak, had a symmetrical saber scar on both his left and right cheeks. It looked like someone had used a black brush to draw on both sides of Ren Hua's face, a very comical sight. In just one move, the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingxing, who was second only to one of the 7 giants on the proud son of heaven ranking, defeated the top genius of the 9th battle realm. With such strength, Ren Hua ended the battle so quickly. The cultivators who had come to watch this startling battle felt greatly disappointed. They had not expected the battle to end in such a manner. Ren Hua did not even have a chance to use the giant bloodline that he was famous for in the battle realms before he was defeated. Damn it! What's going on? This is too unexpected. Feng Xingxing was right. Ren Hua is indeed looking for the wrong person if he wants to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. He truly lives up to his reputation as the top bladesman of the younger generation of the South. I believe that after the new year he will challenge the 7 giants to prove himself. Recently, the newcomers of the 10 great battle realms have been in the limelight. Several of the local experts have been defeated. Feng Xingxing has helped our 18 southern provinces gain some pride. However, this Feng Xingxing humiliated Ren Hua like that. The strongest genius of the first battle realm, Hao Lang, will definitely help him vent his anger. The battle ended as quickly as it started. Only after a long time did people react to it. The discussions slowly turned fervent. Amid the noisy crowd, Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. He revealed a contemplative light, which seemed out of place in this bustling scene. Feng Xingxing's earlier saber strike had given Xiao Chen a great comprehension. Others might not understand, but as a genius bladesman like him, Xiao Chen understood it very well. That seemingly simple saber strike actually contained many exquisite techniques. The first thing that impressed Xiao Qin was the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. 60% comprehended saber intent was actually already considered great perfection. However, when Feng Xingxing bound it in the saber qi, it did not leak out at all. This ensured that the arc-shaped saber qi's angle became larger and larger. When it approached a circle, the saber qi's energy and aura did not disperse at all. Next was the state of wind. Xiao Qin felt that Feng Xingxing should have touched the threshold of the will of wind. Otherwise, that saber strike would not have been so fast, not giving Renhua any chance. The most horrifying thing was the instant Feng Xingxing withdrew his move. When the black saber qi formed a ring, Xiao Qin clearly felt a frightening force. Xiao Qin clearly felt a frightening force. If Xiao Chen had been in Renhua's shoes, he would not have believed that he could survive that saber strike. However, such a strong saber strike only left 2 faint saber marks on Renhua's face. How strong was one's control to do that? There was always someone better. This Kunlun realm was indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It would be very difficult for Xiao Qin to defeat that Renhua. Furthermore, he only had a 60% chance of victory. He needed to last 500 moves. However, Feng Xingxing defeated Renhua in 1 move. Xiao Chen's thoughts continued to expand. What kind of strength did the 7 giants, who were stronger than Feng Xingxing, have? What kind of strength did the holy scions, who always occupied the top 3 positions of the proud son of heaven ranking, have? The road ahead would be difficult. Xiao Chen had expected it long ago, so he did not overthink it. Feng Xingxing's saber strike had given him a lot of inspiration. Xiao Chen prepared to go back and ponder on it. He had long since been able to bring out the might of his 60% comprehended saber intent. However, he had not been able to control it perfectly. This was a good opportunity. Xiao Chen had not watched this battle for nothing. Not only had it broadened his horizons, but it had also provided substantial help to his comprehension of saber intent. After quietly leaving the bustling scene, Xiao Qin flew to Sky Mound City alone. His white figure looked very plain and unadorned. Xiao Chen withdrew his sharpness, not showing any brilliance. No one would care about him. Many heroes appeared in the glorious Tianwu domain. Experts of the various lower realms appeared, showing off their sharpness. On the stage of this great age, these people revealed their brightest side, wanting to leave their names in the annals of history immortal for 10,000 years. For now, Xiao Chen was just a spectator. He could only silently watch a battle of Feng Xingxing's level like the other passers-by. Xiao Chen had no affinity with excitement. He only watched quietly, not saying anything. However, he would not do nothing. Xiao Chen's burning blood never stopped. He only hid his pride in his heart. He was a dragon that would soar through the 9 heavens in the end. The transportation formation left in the Immortal epic allowed Xiao Qin to return to the Haotian sect millions of kilometers away in an instant. After Xiao Qin returned, he immediately rushed to the mission hall, preparing to hand in the mission for killing the 7 Black Wind Killers. There were still 50,000 superior grade spirit stones waiting for him there. Although Xiao Chen now had a net worth of 1 million superior grade spirit stones were not enough. Hence, these 50,000 superior grade spirit stones were still very important to Xiao Chen. At the same time, Zhui Yusher and his group of friends successfully completed the escort mission without any surprise or danger. They each received more than 10,000 of the 100,000 superior grade spirit stones, feeling overjoyed. This escort mission is not dangerous at all, given the Haotian sect's reputation, who would dare to cause trouble. I already said that this mission is the most suitable for us. That's right. We obtained more than 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and even got to see the sights of various places along the way. This trip was not in vain. Zhui Yusher and his group of friends chatted frankly with assurance. clearly in a good mood. Along the way, they ate well, played well, and saw many beauties. Suddenly, Zhui Yushi thought of something. He walked over to the counter and said to the mission administrator behind him, "Senior, I have a question. I have a companion called Xiao Chen. He seems to have taken on a mission to kill loose cultivators. Has he returned yet?" The black-robed administrator revealed an unhappy expression, but he still said, "Not yet. Your friend took the mission to kill the 7 black wind killers. It has already been half a month. He probably will not return." When Zhui Yushi heard this, his expression could not help but change. No matter what, he still felt very grateful to Xiao Chen. Back then, when the two of them were just acquaintances, Xiao Chen was willing to buy the quintessence gathering pill for him. Xiao Chen was even afraid of hurting Zhui Yushi's pride, saying that he was lending it to him. With such a character, this person was definitely worth befriending. Chapter 662. When a friend behind Zhui Yushi heard this, he could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha! I already told him not to overestimate himself long ago." However, he did not listen. Now he even lost his life. This kind of person deserves to die. He did not even look at himself first. Back then, when we tried to advise him, he still dared to show us an attitude. I have heard of the 7 black wind killers before. Several of the inner sect disciples with deep pockets wanted to kill them. In the end, they all died. That Xiao Chen has not returned yet. He is probably dead. Come. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and collect our stipend. After we collect our stipend and the rewards from this mission, we can buy some medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Zhui Yushi shook his head without saying anything. He did not want to say anything more. After all, no matter how much he thought of Xiao Chen, he was already dead. There was no need to dwell on it. The most important thing was to live a good life. As Zhui Yushi thought this, he raised his head and saw an extremely familiar white figure at the entrance of the mission hall. That person's delicate face did not show any joy or sorrow. There was no expression on his face as he calmly parted the crowd in the mission hall and headed for the window to hand in missions. This person was dressed in white robes with a blue headband and a saber at his waist. Who else could it be but Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen was stunned. When he saw Zhui Yushi and the others, he nodded at the stunned Zhui Yushi and continued on his way. Zhui Yushi and the others had stupefied expressions as they exchanged glances. They all saw extreme disbelief in each other's eyes. I bet that this fellow gave up on the mission and ran back. Definitely. Even when 2 or 3 of the inner sect disciples worked together, they would find it hard to complete the mission. How could he possibly complete it? I bet as well. These people had just been saying that Xiao Chen was dead. However, when they saw Xiao Chen walking out alive, their first thought was that Xiao Chen had given up on the mission. Xiao Chen handed over his mission list to the black-robed administrator. Then he took out the heads one by one. Without changing his expression, Xiao Chen said, "This is the signature of the Dingshui City's Feng Clan's clan head. These are the heads of the 7 black wind killers. Will Senior please verify them?" Once these words were spoken, the expressions of Zhui Yushi and the others immediately changed. They sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said, "How can this be? This fellow actually really killed the 7 black wind killers." The 7 black wind killers were very famous. Senior inner sect disciples of the Haotian sect had once died in the hands of these 7 people. Thus, the inner sect disciples were rather familiar with the 7 black wind killers. When they heard that someone had killed the 7 black wind killers, they all cast their gazes on Xiao Chen, who was in the midst of submitting his mission. The black-clothed administrator did not dare to be careless. He immediately called someone over to check and verify it. It did not take long for the black-clothed administrator to receive the verification. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Clearly, the administrator had not expected Xiao Chen to really complete this mission. He took out 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones and said, "The mission items and the signature are all real." This is your reward." After verifying the verification, several people were astonished. They could not believe that a lower realm disciple who had just entered the inner sect killed the 7 Black Wind Killers. As for Zhuo Yushi and the others, they felt conflicted in their hearts. They no longer dared to say anything. After the rewards were given, there were still contribution points that had not been calculated. The black-clothed administrator continued, "You accepted this mission last month, but the mission was handed in this month, so the contribution points will be for this month." Xiao Qin nodded to indicate that he understood. The last time he came, he had already asked around about the contribution points. There was a contribution ranking in the inner sect. At the end of the month, the top 20 inner sect disciples would be summarized. When the inner sect disciples collected their stipends next month, they would receive additional stipends based on their ranking. You killed the 7 Black Wind Killers. 1,000 contribution points. You can check the contribution ranking. Your name should already be on it. Although the black-clothed administrator was surprised that Xiao Qin could kill the 7 Black Wind Killers, he did not ask any questions. Everything was official. After thanking the administrator, Xiao Qin went to the contribution ranking. The contribution ranking was a crystal wall. The crystal wall was divided into 100 boxes from top to bottom. The first box had the name of Inner Sect Disciple, Yun Feiyu. 9,000 contribution points, first rank. Xiao Qin had heard of this person before. This person was very low-key and mysterious among the inner sect disciples. He did not belong to any of the 5 big factions. He was a loner. Unless he was in closed-door cultivation, the first place on the contribution ranking was always his name. Yun Feiyu was considered the strongest person most likely to become the next true inheritor. He was very incredible. After Yun Feiyu, the remaining 5 people were the leaders of the 5 factions in the inner sect. From 2nd to 6th, they were Yu Jiqiang, Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Zihao, and Lan Feichen. These 5 people were very strong. They often extorted resources from the other inner sect disciples. Hence, it was not surprising that they were in the top 10. The 7th and 8th places were 2 veteran inner sect disciples. They were also loners. However, they were not as famous as Yun Feiyu. The 9th and 10th places were the 2 people who had been in the limelight recently, Situ Gang and Gui Wu. One of them came from a battle realm, and the other came with millions of superior grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they had pretty good talent. Soon, they used the vast resources to rise up in the Haotian sect's inner sect. Xiao Qin continued to look and discovered that his name happened to be in the 20th place. If his ranking did not change before the end of the month, he would be able to collect an additional stipend next month. Gui Wu, who is in the top 10, only has 5,000 contribution points. It looks like if I chase after him, I have a good chance of getting into the top 10. However, I'll forget about it for this month. Half the month had already passed. Xiao Qin still had to temper his physical body and comprehend his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. He did not have time to complete missions. Xiao Qin thought for a while and prepared to leave the mission hall. He would collect his stipend for this month first. The value of 10 spirit gathering pearls was rather tempting. When Xiao Qin passed by Zhuo Yushi, the latter had a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but did not know how to say it. "Brother Xiao, congratulations!" Zhuo Yushi called out to Xiao Qin after holding back for a long time. Xiao Qin stopped walking and did not turn around. He replied softly, "Many thanks." Sages were all lonely. Xiao Qin was not a sage, but he would not resign himself to mediocrity. He wouldn't look down on those who coveted stability, but these people shouldn't criticize and snort disdainfully at the decisions of others because of their own choices. One could resign oneself to mediocrity, but one could not wantonly mock others because they had dreams. If Zhuo Yushi joined forces with these people, it would be hard for him to interact with them in the future. Xiao Qin shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Then he calmly walked out of the mission hall before the many inner sect disciples' incredulous gazes. The stipend was 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 spirit gathering pearls. Xiao Chen intended to change his environment. His original residential district was too small. Furthermore, there were too many people. It was not suitable for personal comprehension. After tidying up the original wooden hut, Xiao Chen was blocked by a group of people the moment he stepped out. "Brett, you are doing pretty well. You even completed the mission of the 7 Black Wind Killers." A few young experts from Gui Wu's faction, who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill long ago, led 10 odd people as they blocked Xiao Chen's path in an aggressive manner. However, Gui Wu was not among the group. The leader was a black-clad swordsman with a cold and sinister appearance. Gui Wu's cultivation was pretty good, 2 grades higher than Xiao Chen's. He was a late-stage, inferior grade martial monarch. The black-clad swordsman revealed a ferocious light in his eyes. Leading a group of inner sect disciples who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he appeared very overbearing. Xiao Chen knew why the black-clad swordsman was here. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. If you had not come to look for me, I would have gone to look for you." The black-clad swordsman laughed loudly and said, "Are you seeking death? Don't think that after killing the 7 Black Wind Killers, you can challenge our young Master Gui. Honestly speaking, young Master Gui is already a medial grade martial monarch. This month, he will try to make it into the top 5 of the contribution ranking." Someone at the side said, "If you are smart, take out all your spirit gathering pearls. You are from the Sky Dome realm. Using spirit gathering pearls would be a waste." Relying on their numbers and the fact that Xiao Chen was only an early stage inferior grade martial monarch, this group of people did not care about Xiao Chen at all. Their words carried a heavy threat. Such a commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Gui Wu's group had taken most of their spirit gathering pearls, so they were already furious. Unfortunately, they were alone and not as strong as Gui Wu, so they did not dare to voice their anger. Seeing that Xiao Chen wanted to resist, no one thought highly of him. After all, he was alone. Furthermore, Gui Wu was already a medial grade martial monarch. His position had stabilized further. Even if Xiao Chen could defeat this group of people, he would have a hard time dealing with Gui Wu's revenge. "Take out your spirit gathering pearls. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here today." The black-clad swordsman shouted sternly as he pointed at Xiao Chen. This group of people had long wanted to make an example out of him. They wanted to establish their prestige. They could not wait for Xiao Chen to cause trouble so that they could teach him a lesson. "Ha ha ha! I want to see how you are going to take them out." Xiao Chen smiled gently and his figure flashed. Then he punched at the black-clad swordsman. The black-clad swordsman placed his right hand on his sword hilt and smiled coldly. "Good timing." "Xiao!" Right after the black-clad swordsman spoke, Xiao Chen suddenly increased his speed. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages. He was incredibly fast, and his fist grew larger in the black-clad swordsman's eyes. How can he be so fast? The black-clad swordsman was startled. He had only drawn his sword halfway when the punch struck his chest. Boom! The surging quintessence on the fist exploded. The air trembled, and a huge force pressed down, causing the ground to tremble. The force of the explosion pierced through the black-clad swordsman's protective quintessence, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and fly back. The sword in the black-clad swordsman's hand fell to the side. He had an expression of horror on his face as he coughed and vomited another mouthful of blood. He said with much difficulty, "Attack together! Beat him up!" After the initial shock, the 10-odd people recovered their wits. They quickly swarmed over and surrounded Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and flipped his palm. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. He did not draw the saber, only infusing his dense quintessence and 60% comprehended saber intent into the scabbard. Xiao Chen could use these people to test out the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent that he comprehended from Feng Xingxing's saber technique. Chapter 663. Xiao Chen remained calm and composed. Amid the sharp attacks of the inferior-grade martial monarchs, he strolled leisurely. As he swung his scabbard, he scattered the incoming attacks. After Xiao Chen found an opening, he quickly swung his scabbard with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Saber intent and quintessence exploded out. Many figures were knocked back. After they fell to the ground, they could no longer get up. Xiao Chen did not go easy on them. Those who got hit had at least a few broken ribs. They would not recover without a month of rest. The others were even more startled. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had not drawn his saber yet. If he had drawn his saber, the people on the ground would have been dead. The battle did not last long. Xiao Chen's strong quintessence held a suppressive advantage over these people. Xiao Chen was clearly only an early-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch. However, when he clashed with them, he easily broke their martial techniques. Several people felt confused. Dang! The tip of the lunar shadow saber struck the ground heavily, giving off a melodious sound. When the black-clad swordsman's companions looked around, none of them could stand up. Strands of saber intent lingered in the air, still buzzing like a powerful treasure saber humming. When Xiao Chen saw the scene, he frowned slightly. He still could not control his 60% comprehended saber intent as he pleased. However, it was already much better than before. Xiao Chen, don't be too cocky. When young Master Gui returns from his mission, just you wait. The black-clad swordsman cursed viciously as he fell to the ground. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said calmly, "In that case, tell Gui Wu that I, Xiao Chen, will be waiting for him. Even if he does not come, I will go and look for him. As for you, scram now." Before the surrounding people's astonished gazes, Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked the black-clad swordsman into the air. The force was so great that the crowd could not keep up with the speed of the black-clad swordsman flying back. With anger in one's chest and a person's heart in a bad mood, a real man would take revenge. Since this person dared to snatch Xiao Chen's spirit-gathering pearls, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Even until the end of time, he would make him spit it out. Xiao Chen would have to face Gui Wu sooner or later. How could he fear the black-clad swordsman's threat? In the eastern part of the city, there was a courtyard for the inner sect disciples. There were quiet cultivation rooms and all sorts of training grounds. The environment was elegant, clean, and simple. The rank 1 spirit vein in the cultivation rooms was for the owner alone. It was at least 10 times better than that of the residential area. However, the price was also unimaginably expensive. A month's rent would cost a whole 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Although Xiao Chen felt a heartache, he could tell that using just 1 spirit vein's origin was worth this price. Moreover, he needed a spacious and quiet place to comprehend saber intent. Xiao Chen Mu, spirit, 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 spirit lake. And he and spirit and Xiao King, and Chen and an and. Several hundred meters apart, several similar courtyards could be seen on both sides of the lake. Actually, this was where the inner sect disciples with deep experience lived. Only those senior disciples who had been in the inner sect for a few years or even a decade could afford the expensive rent. Ordinary people could not afford it. Senior Brother Xiao, this is your new residence. There are already maids and servants in the courtyard. If you prefer peace and quiet, you can ask them to leave. That manservant looked at Xiao Chen respectfully as he pointed to the courtyard. Xiao Chen looked around and felt very satisfied with his surroundings. He said, "You can leave now. Bring those unrelated people away as well. Just send them food once a week." After everyone left, Xiao Qin stood under a large tree in the courtyard. He replayed the fight between Feng Xingxing and Ren Hua in his mind. After a while, Xiao Qin closed his eyes and stopped thinking about anything. He started to comprehend the inspiration that he had gained. The large tree was 100 meters tall, and its leaves fluttered and fell. When the wind blew, the colorful leaves danced in the wind, circling around Xiao Qin. The white-robed Xiao Qin held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Xiao Qin's delicate face had his eyes tightly shut, looking like he was in a deep sleep. For days, Xiao Qin stood under this tree for 4 days, not doing anything. He did not do anything at all. It was like he was in a meditative state. Some yellowed leaves stuck to Xiao Qin's head and shoulders. It was like he did not notice them. He did not brush them away, just standing there. In the quiet courtyard, Xiao Qin was like a decoration. If an outsider came in, they would not discover a living person standing in the courtyard at first glance. At some point in time, the quiet, decoration-like Xiao Qin suddenly moved. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and casually swung his saber. Xiao Qin did not care about the angle, target, or purpose. This saber strike was completely random, following what he had comprehended in the past few days. Xiao! A strand of dazzling saber qi tore through the air. A strong wind blew, and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The saber qi was like a precise scalpel, gently cutting through the fallen leaves that filled the sky, splitting the leaves in front of it in half. Then, with a flash, they turned into motes of colorful light and disappeared into the air. The wind was still blowing, and the leaves were still flying. It was like that strand of saber qi had never appeared at all. After a long time, the wind stopped and the withered leaves fell to the ground in a sparse manner. Xiao Qin opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. Everything was the same as before. If it weren't for the many leaves on the ground that had been neatly split in half, Xiao Qin wouldn't have been able to see them. No one would have discovered that Xiao Qin had just sent out a strand of saber qi. Furthermore, it was a strand of saber qi containing a 60% comprehended saber intent and 50% comprehended quintessence. Just like that, a strand of strong saber qi appeared silently and disappeared without a trace. None of its aura leaked out. When Xiao Qin sheathed his saber, he did it cleanly and smoothly. Xiao Qin revealed a faint smile. He said, "I finally managed to execute a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. However, I have prepared for this saber strike for 4 days. My opponents on the battlefield would not even give me a second to prepare." After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin took out a small jade bottle from the universe ring. Then he poured out a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was called the spiritual heart pill. Like the quintessence gathering pill, it was a rank 8 medicinal pill. It could temporarily increase a cultivator's comprehension ability without any side effects. This was something that Xiao Qin had obtained from the Rising Sky Pavilion disciple Lu Feihu. He could use it at this moment. After consuming the spiritual heart pill and the medicinal energy spread out, Xiao Qin felt refreshed. His thoughts expanded infinitely, and he gained a new understanding of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xiao Qin's comprehension ability was very high in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the 4-season saber technique. With such a foundation, the effects of the spiritual heart pill were much greater than that of a regular person. The spiritual heart pill only lasted for 10 minutes. However, in these 10 minutes, Xiao Qin gained a lot. His understanding of the perfect saber intent deepened. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Xiao Qin felt like he was suddenly enlightened. He swung his saber 3 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged saber intent and saber qi. None of them leaked out. After another 3 days, Xiao Qin consumed the remaining 3 spiritual heart pills. As he swung his saber light, the 60% comprehended saber intent was perfectly contained in the saber qi. He could break it as he pleased. There was no need to prepare or think too much. With a casual swing, he perfectly merged the saber intent into the saber chi. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chun practiced the Four Seasons saber technique. After perfectly controlling the 60% comprehended saber intent, he executed the four-season saber technique again. With each saber strike, Xiao Qin actually gained a new comprehension. The might of the spring thunder chop, burning to desolation, fated person in autumn waters, and grieving frost all increased significantly, giving Xiao Qin a pleasant surprise. After practicing spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Xiao Qin felt refreshed. Then he executed the final move of the Four Seasons saber technique, cycle of seasons in one breath. In that instant, the four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, appeared in the courtyard. All sorts of scenes, April's peach blossoms, July's flowing fire, October's autumn wind, and winter's snow, appeared intertwining with each other. Xiao Chun swung his saber. With the support of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, the energy of the cycle of seasons turned into a beam of rainbow light, flying towards the lake in front of the courtyard. Boom! A huge energy burst out, and a shocking pillar of water appeared on the lake. It was 100 meters wide and 3 kilometers tall. With one glance, the water rippled, looking majestic and majestic. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The energy supporting the pillar of water instantly vanished, and the huge wave fell cleanly. Several of the inner sect disciples, who also lived here, felt that energy. They quickly leaped out of their courtyards and stopped to take a look. The lake water surged endlessly. However, they could no longer feel the strong and powerless aura a moment ago. This was very strange. Strange. I wonder which senior brother was trying out a new martial technique earlier. The many inner sect disciples who leaped out all shook their heads gently. Then they returned to their courtyards with suspicious expressions. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "The might of a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Feng Xingxing could defeat Ren Hua in one move back then." If this 10th-ranked genius of the battle realm had not made any improvements, given Xiao Chen's current strength, he would have a 70% chance of defeating him. "Xiao Chen, get out here!" Just as Xiao Chen was thinking and preparing to go out, a shout suddenly came from the other side of the lake. 18 pillars of water immediately burst out of the calm lake. The sound was startling. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and raised his eyebrows. He saw the person who had arrived. It was Gue Wu, who had rushed back from his mission. Behind Gue Wu was a group of companions. All of them had terrifying auras and even released killing intent. On the road on the other side of the lake, the inner sect disciples from the residential area all ran over. If Xiao Qin guessed right, Gue Wu had purposely spread the news. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chun in front of everyone and re-establish his prestige as a giant of the inner sect. 1 week ago, Xiao Chen had injured all the subordinates Gue Wu sent to collect the spirit-gathering pearls. If Gue Wu could not get back at him, he would lose his status as a giant of the inner sect. In the future, no one would obey him. "You're finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and pushed off with his feet. Then he flew towards the center of the lake. Chapter 664. The lake water rippled and undulated. The blue sky and white clouds churned in the water. Although the lake looked calm, there was an undercurrent. Xiao Qin gently pushed off the water and landed firmly on the surface. Then he looked calmly at Gue Wu. Gue Wu's cultivation had indeed broken through the bottleneck of inferior-grade martial monarch, reaching middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Gue Wu was indeed quite capable for him to make such progress in such a short time. However, that was all. This was not enough to shock Xiao Qin. His target had never been Gue Wu. He just did not want to waste too much effort. Once he did, He would trample on the other party forever, settling things once and for all. This had always been Xiao Chen's principle. Gui Wu's skinny face looked cold and emotionless. A murderous intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said, "I knew that you would not submit so willingly. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge problem for me." Xiao Chen had publicly refused to hand over the spirit-gathering pearls and easily defeated his subordinates. His actions dealt a severe blow to Gui Wu's faction. Gui Wu's prestige plummeted. At this moment, the leaders of the other factions all gathered here, hiding in the crowd. If Gui Wu could not defeat Xiao Chen, then Gui Wu's faction would immediately be attacked by the other factions, and they would be eliminated. Xiao Chen found this funny. He said indifferently, "Submit? That word does not exist in my dictionary. You are taking it for granted." "Xiao Chen, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really going to go against me? If you apologize for what happened that day and hand over the spirit-gathering pearls, I can let you off today." Gui Wu shouted coldly and unleashed his aura, pressing down on Xiao Chen. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chen with his aura first. Xiao Chen did not say anything, allowing the other party's seemingly solid aura to surge over. The berserk aura was as heavy as a mountain. It caused the lake water on both sides to churn endlessly. As the waves churned, they moved up and down. The inner sect disciples who received the news that Gui Wu purposely leaked all looked over without blinking. They all wanted to know where Xiao Chen, an unknown disciple from the Sky Dome realm, got his confidence to challenge the new giant of the inner sect, Gui Wu. Who do you think will win? In an inconspicuous corner of the lake, the leaders of the 5 inner sect factions were also quietly watching the duel. The one who spoke was the leader of the 5 factions, Yu Jiqiang. Beside him were Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Zihao, and Lan Feichen. Upon hearing this, Lan Feichen, who had fought with Gui Wu before, said, "There is nothing much to say. Xiao Chen will definitely lose. Gui Wu has an extremely strange technique for deflecting force. I exchanged 1,000 moves with him and exhausted his quintessence before I defeated him. Furthermore, back then, Gui Wu was an inferior grade martial monarch. Now that he has advanced to medial grade martial monarch, he is probably even stronger." Feng Wuheng said calmly, "Although this Gui Wu is nothing in our eyes now, it should not be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Chen." Bai Zihao and Meng Hongguang also expressed the same opinion. They believed that Xiao Chen would definitely lose. Yu Jiqiang smiled gently and said, "Since that is the case, then why are you all here to watch this fight that has no suspense at all?" The 4 all smiled awkwardly. Bai Zihao said, "Everyone's goal should be the same. There's still a few months before the true inheritor selection begins. For this Xiao Chen to be able to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers, he must be quite capable. It would be best to have him test Gui Wu's limits. You all should also want to see how much Gui Wu has grown, right?" Feng Wuheng sighed softly. These 2 fellows from the lower realm are indeed unexpected. Situ Gang's strength goes without saying. However, this Gui Wu is a great threat to us as well. As the 4 spoke, Gui Wu slowly lost his patience. Under the pressure of his aura, Xiao Chen did not feel uncomfortable at all. Xiao Chen appeared calm and composed. Waves surged up and down, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. His figure was like a majestic mountain, not moving at all. "Let's see how long you can continue pretending." Gui Wu shouted ferociously. With a flip of his hand, he drew a sword. Then he casually sent out a strand of sword qi at Xiao Chen. Gui Wu shifted his feet slightly, and that strand of sword qi brushed past Xiao Chen. With a qi sound, it entered the lake. Gui Wu had just dodged that sword qi when he arrived before Xiao Chen. His sword flickered with a withdrawn light as it pierced toward Xiao Chen. "Dang!" Xiao Chen quickly drew his lunar shadow saber. As the saber light danced, he casually knocked away the surging sword strike. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar of water erupted from behind Xiao Qin. The sword chi that Gui Wu sent out earlier exploded at the bottom of the lake. The huge explosive force formed a whirlpool, and the surrounding water sank by 2 meters. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's feet hovered in the air as he fell towards the bottom of the lake. Taking advantage of the critical moment when Xiao Chen fell, Gui Wu laughed maniacally and sent out a series of sword flowers. Then he pulled back his right hand. Hundreds of sword images suddenly gathered together. The 1-meter-long sword instantly released a dazzling light, and a sharp sword intent filled the air. It turned out that Gui Wu had not casually sent out that initial sword strike. He had been waiting for this critical opening. Great! This move should be able to end the battle. Meng Hongfei could not help but exclaim when he saw the situation. Gui Wu's scheming was indeed outstanding. Since his opponent did not have an opening, he created one for his opponent. Then he seized the opportunity to deal with his opponent in one move. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Indeed, this Gui Wu could not be underestimated. With just 2 moves, he created such an excellent opportunity for himself. Seeing that the sword was about to strike his chest, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to dodge. Xiao Chen circulated his quintessence and infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, forming a dense saber chi. Then he hovered in the air and clashed with Gui Wu. Bang! Something strange happened. Gui Wu, who carried a strong aura, attacked at lightning speed when Xiao Chen was in the air and could not borrow any force. Unexpectedly, Gui Wu got knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber strike. His feet slid on the water, and 2 walls of surging waves appeared on both sides of his body. What's going on? Everyone was astonished. They could not understand what happened. Gui Wu, who held the absolute advantage earlier, got knocked back by Xiao Chen's decisive saber strike. Lan Feichen, who had exchanged moves with Gui Wu before, was even more astonished. He said that should not be the case. Given Gui Wu's deflecting techniques and Xiao Chen's low cultivation, he should be able to casually dissipate the quintessence of this saber strike. Xiao Chen turned around and pushed off into the air. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, he immediately stood on the blue dragon image and charged at Gui Wu. The shock in Gui Wu's heart could not be described with words. The martial technique that he relied on to survive was actually unable to disperse the force of Xiao Chen's saber strike. Before Gui Wu could be shocked, Xiao Chen had already pressed forward. He infused his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, and a clap of thunder resounded. Xiao Chen executed the 4 seasons saber techniques. First move, the spring thunder chop. Gui Wu did not believe it. He circulated the quintessence in his body and tilted his body, trying to dissipate all the force of the saber strike. Bang! Gui Wu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Then he landed miserably on the water, burning to desolation. After knocking back Gui Wu with 1 move, Xiao Chen was not surprised. He took advantage of the momentum and executed the most explosive move of the 4 seasons saber technique. Bang! 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 Gui Wu executed the strong 4 seasons saber technique, one after another. Despite being only an inferior grade martial monarch, Xiao Chen forced Gui Wu into retreat. His earlier ferocious aura was swept away. Such a scene flabbergasted everyone. The expected one-sided victory did not happen. Instead, it turned out to be such a situation. Fated person in autumn water. A gentle saber light flashed, like a fated person smiling faintly. Then it knocked Gui Wu into the bottom of the lake like a cannonball. Up in the air, Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon image. His face was expressionless as he stared at the calm surface of the lake, looking like he was searching for something. The surrounding inner sect disciples were all shocked, speechless. For moves, Xiao Qin used only 4 moves to defeat Gui Wu. No one had expected such a result. Cycle of seasons, endlessly multiplying. Suddenly, Xiao Qian's gaze stopped on the calm surface of a lake. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the cycle of seasons, all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Then, a 7-colored saber light leaped out. What is he doing? Isn't the fight over? The many inner sect disciples could not help feeling suspicious. They could not understand Xiao Qian's actions. Boom! Before the confused voices faded away, a huge whirlpool appeared on the calm lake. A 3-kilometer-tall, 300-meter-wide pillar of water burst into the air. The sound was deafening, like the sky was collapsing and the ground was collapsing. It stunned everyone for some reason. When everyone looked up, they saw a person in tattered clothes at the highest point of the pillar of water. That person was tossed high into the air by the pillar of water and landed heavily on the ground like a sandbag. Gui Wu's body landed on the shore. The huge impact gave off an explosive sound. His naked body bounced a few times on the shore before landing on the ground. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of Gui Wu's mouth. Wounds covered his entire body. He looked incredibly weak, and his gaze turned hazy. Xiao! The blue dragon under Xiao Qian's feet roared. As it moved up and down, Xiao Qian instantly arrived in front of Gui Wu. The surrounding inner sect disciples all moved back, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Qian. Earlier, Xiao Qian had clearly defeated Gui Wu, forcing him into the lake in a sorry state, not daring to get up. However, he had not let Gui Wu off, forcefully blasting him out even when he was at the bottom of the lake. It was clear that this white-robed bladesman, who did not seem to have a temper, was a ruthless character. Gui Wu, who was on the ground, recovered a little. As he looked at Xiao Qian in front, fear filled his heart. He pushed himself off the ground with both hands and retreated continuously. Xiao Qian said indifferently, "Do you still think that there is a need for me to submit to you now?" Today, Xiao Qian had completely defeated Gui Wu, ruthlessly defeating him in front of everyone. The wounds on Gui Wu's body would take at least half a year to recover. As for the shadow in his heart, he would never be able to get out of it. When Xiao Qian made a move, it was like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly trampling on his opponent, not giving him a chance to make a comeback. When Xiao Qian saw this person's sorry state, he smiled coldly and ignored this person. He turned around and stepped on the lake surface, flying back to his residence. That is a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Suddenly, Yu Jiqiang, the strongest of the 5 factions on the other side of the lake, exclaimed. Chapter 665. The expressions of the other 4 changed. They all felt a deep threat. Lan Feiqian said, "In our 18 southern provinces, only Feng Xingxing can achieve a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Could it be that this fellow is as strong as Feng Xingxing? That can't be wrong. Only a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, combining quintessence and saber intent perfectly, would be impossible to break." Feng Wuhan sighed. Meng Hongfei also sighed softly. Originally, I wanted to see where Gui Wu's bottom line was. Unexpectedly, and even more troublesome, Xiao Qian suddenly appeared. Yu Jiqiang smiled slowly and said, "Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Feng Xingxing is known as the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. He is also the top true inheritor of the Full Moon Pavilion. For him to obtain this title, he did not just rely on his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xiao Qian is far from comparable to him. We still have a chance." "Senior brother Yu, what do you mean?" Bai Zihao rolled his eyes as if he thought of something. A sinister smile flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, "This fellow's potential is pretty good. However, his cultivation is far from ours. We have plenty of opportunities before he rises up." Lan Feiqian said coldly, "That's right. One Yunfeiyu has suppressed us for so many years. If another Shao Qin comes to snatch resources from us, we will never be able to become true inheritors in this lifetime. Senior brother Yu, your cultivation is the highest. We will listen to you. The other three did not even think about it, immediately agreeing to Yu Jiqiang's suggestion. Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly and said, "This matter needs to be discussed at length. However, for now, there is a big fool who will help us test it out. White-robed bladesman, there is still a battle between us that has not been decided yet. Are you thinking of leaving already?" Everyone looked over and saw Situ Gang among the Battle Realm disciples on the shore laughing loudly. Then he soared into the air and threw a punch at Shao Chen's back. A resonant dragon roar resounded. When the blue dragon image under Situ Gang's feet heard the sound of air tearing behind him, it seemed like Shao Chen had reached a state of telepathy with him. Without needing to deliberately control it, the blue dragon phantom circled once, and Shao Chen instantly turned around. Facing this domineering punch, Shao Chen's eyelids sank slightly. He did not dare to be careless. He circulated his vital qi, and the 12 acupoints on his right arm quietly opened. Then he punched out as well. Bang! A terrifying explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The surface of the lake that had just calmed down surged again in an instant. 81 pillars of water shot into the sky. Splash! The lake water fell down like raindrops, drenching the two people's clothes. Both of them retreated 100 steps, and their feet landed heavily on the surface of the water. At the same time, a pillar of water rose up behind them, intertwining with each other. Sitagang laughed and said, "Satisfying! Take another punch from me!" Roar! Roar! Tens of thousands of meters in the sky behind him, the wind and clouds fluctuated. Faintly, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient giant among the layers of white clouds. That giant was 300 meters tall, and its aura was like a mountain. It reared its head back and roared, stirring up the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Situ Gang used this overwhelming aura to stomp heavily on the surface of the lake. He spread out his arms and soared like a great rock, sending another punch at Shao Qin. Shao Qin raised his eyebrows. He recognized that this was the ancient giant bloodline that the people of the Battle Realms relied on to become famous. After Situ Gang activated it, it was truly startling, its aura startling. The veritable essence energy that Shao Qin had refined twice circulated quickly in his body, flowing through all the meridians of various sizes. It was like thousands of gushing rivers. The aura that Shao Chen had been hiding erupted. A dragon roar seemed to build up in his chest, and he was not suppressed by the other party's aura. Just as the other party arrived, Shao Chen merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy and sent out a berserk dragon fist. Bang! 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 As the dragon's head roared, it clashed its fists. A strong aura spread out into the surroundings. The lake water split in half, forming 200-meter-tall walls of water, surging towards the shore. Damn! The wall of waves carried a huge force. The inner sect disciples who were watching from the shore cursed and quickly flew into the air. Hu Qi! This strike forced Shao Qin back 300 meters. His qi and blood surged endlessly. His internal organs were shaken, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Earlier, when Shao Qin used the Four Seasons saber technique in the courtyard, he had exhausted a significant amount of veritable essence energy. After that, he used the Four Seasons saber technique again in the battle with Gui Wu. Now, he only had a quarter of his veritable essence energy remaining. Hence, when Shao Chen merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, he could not display even half of his usual might. Before Situ Gang, who had activated the ancient giant bloodline, he was slightly weaker. When Situ Gang saw the situation, he laughed loudly, appearing very cocky. Before the lake water gathered again, he prepared to launch another attack. Boom! However, just at this moment, An azure flame suddenly burned the white clouds above Situgang's head. The azure flame spread out and quickly covered half the sky. A dragon claw clenched tightly into a fist and descended from the sky, smashing towards Situgang's head. Situgang was shocked. He quickly threw a punch at the dragon claw, but the dragon claw that descended from the sky did not move at all. However, the dragon claw descending from the sky had the advantage of the terrain. Furthermore, it had caught Situgang off guard. Before he could store up the ancient giant's aura, the punch smashed him back to the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the two parts of the lake merged back together. The force of this collision was more than 5,000 kilograms. Situgang's Battle Realm friends at the shore could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Pussy-eye! Water splashed everywhere as Situgang leaped out. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His clothes were all torn, revealing his sturdy muscles filled with explosive power. Damn it! Situgang had not expected Xiaoqin to make a fool out of him despite holding the upper hand. He felt flustered and exasperated, wanting to soar into the air. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He spread out his spiritual sense and had already predicted the direction Situgang would take. He punched the sky with his right fist and said calmly, "Heaven-burning stance, dragon claw!" Xiaoqin's vital qi burned in his body, and a strand of azure smoke came out of his Tianmen acupoint, burning large patches of white clouds. An azure dragon claw descended from the sky, carrying the might of the 9 heavens. Pa! It smashed Situgang into the bottom of the lake again. The rage of a dragon could burn the sky with raging flames. How could ordinary people resist it? Such a scene startled the people at the shore. Yu Jijiang said with a sullen expression, "Originally, I thought that Situgang would crush this fellow after exhausting most of his quintessence. Unexpectedly, he still has such a startling physical body. His vital qi probably reached 500 tons of kilograms. We have to get rid of this fellow. Otherwise, none of us can think of becoming true inheritors. He is an even greater threat than Situgang and Gui Wu," Feng Wuheng said through clenched teeth. A purple-clothed man stood quietly on one of the tall green trees on the opposite bank. The purple-clothed man's aura was almost perfectly fused with the green tree, which was why such a large target could be seen. Unexpectedly, no one noticed him. At a glance, he looked like a branch that originally existed on the tree. Unremarkable. Not bad. Unexpectedly, aside from having a startling physical body, this fellow's saber techniques are also so demonic. This person was Chun Xiao, one of the 2 true inheritors who had received Xiaoqin in the past. Chun Xiao's lips curled up in a smile as he said indifferently, "However, my quintessence is about to run out. These 2 wondrous fist techniques also burn my vital qi as the price. I'm afraid I'm at the end of my rope. I have to help him. This fellow's potential is pretty good. He is worth befriending." Right after Chen Xiao spoke, he drifted down like a falling leaf, slowly heading for the center of the lake. Situgang, who was at the bottom of the lake, felt extremely depressed. He had learned his lesson this time. He held his breath at the bottom of the lake and stored up the aura of an ancient giant, exhausting half of his quintessence to kill Xiaoqin with one punch. Boom! The lake water churned endlessly, like there was a huge creature roaring ferociously. As the waves surged, everyone felt a horrifying energy surging under the water. White-robed bladesman die. A pillar of water shot up, and Situgang's aura reached its peak. He leaped out of the water and roared ferociously. A golden flame covered his entire body as he punched at Xiaoqin. However, before Situgang could react, he saw a purple figure flash by. Then he got kicked in the chest. The angle of that kick was shockingly accurate, hitting his only weak point. The quintessence in the kick was extremely horrifying, several times stronger than that of a peak medial grade martial monarch. It was as vast and boundless as the sea. Pa! Situ Gang could not resist at all. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and the flames on his body vanished. Then he fell back into the water in an even more sorry state than before. He felt extremely sullen. Qin Shao, one of the 9 true inheritors, is here as well. The expressions of Yu Jiqiang and the others changed. They all had suspicious gazes in their eyes. They could not figure out why someone of Chen Zhao's status would appear in such a situation. Damn it! Who the hell kicked me? Are you tired of living? Simmering with rage, Situ Gang leaped out of the water once more. Ignoring his internal injuries, he started cursing loudly. When the purple-clad Qin Shao heard this, he could not help but smile faintly. Then he rushed over at lightning speed and kicked heavily again. Situ Gang, who had just emerged from the water, did not even get a clear look before he was kicked back into the lake again. The people of the Battle Realms all had fiery tempers. When Situ Gang recovered his wits, he immediately leaped out. He did not even have time to wipe the water off his face as he continued cursing. Damn it! Who kicked me? Haha! Curse! Continue cursing. Chen Shao smiled faintly and did not explain anything. Then he kicked Situ Gang back into the water again. The group of Battle Realm people at the shore paled. When they saw the Battle Realm genius Situ Gang being repeatedly kicked into the lake without being able to retaliate, they felt extremely embarrassed in their hearts. If it were someone else, they would have ignored the rules long ago and charged over. However, when facing the true inheritor, Qin Shao, they did not dare to say anything or make any moves. Gurgle! Gurgle! This time, Situ Gang at the bottom of the lake finally sobered up. He knew that an incredible person had arrived. Situ Gang held his breath at the bottom of the lake before resurfacing in fear. He only revealed half his face and watched carefully. Chapter 666. When Situ Gang saw the smiling true inheritor Qin Shao in the air, his heart turned cold. He quickly prepared to fly out and apologize. However, Situ Gang seemed to think of something. Just as he rose to the surface, he sank back into the water. Situ Gang's appearance was extremely comical. After being knocked into the water several times today, a shadow had already formed in his heart. Senior Brother Qin, Situ Gang apologizes to you. He was rude earlier and deserved to be kicked. However, Senior Brother, please explain why you suddenly interfered in my duel with Shao Qin, Situ Gang said as he performed a cupped fist salute, hiding the rage in his eyes. Such a scene made Yu Jiqiang and the others' gazes blaze with fervor. An intense yearning appeared in their hearts. This was a true inheritor. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, if he kicked you, so be it. If you dared to speak rudely, then he would continue to kick you. Even if he severely injured you, there would be no one to reason with. Although the true inheritors' cultivations were not as high as those martial sage elders, they were still young, no more than 40 years old. They were all talented people. In the future, they would definitely become the pillars of the Haoqian sect. Their statuses were equal to that of elders. They could use the full power of punishment elders against inner sect disciples and directly control the life and death of outer sect disciples. Their statuses were high, and the resources they enjoyed were even better than those of elders. These were the lifelong goals of Yu Jiqiang and the others. Situ Gang had been in the Haoqian sect for more than 2 months. He already knew how terrifying true inheritors were. Hence, when Situ Gang discovered that the person who kicked him was Qin Shao, all his temper immediately vanished. Qin Shao said coldly, "Are the people of the Battle Realms all as shameless as you? Shao Qin just fought with Gui Wu, and you took advantage of him while he was down. Yet you still dare to call this a duel?" Situ Gang paled as he slowly flew out of the water. He glanced at Shao Chen and said, "Good. In that case, I'll wait for you for 2 months. Shao Qin, 2 months from now. Let's finish our unfinished duel here. Do you dare?" Shao Chen retorted indifferently, "Why would I not dare? If you want to fight, I will grant your wish. I will wait for you here in 2 months." Originally, Situ Gang had intended to end today's duel quickly, spreading his reputation far and wide. Unexpectedly, it ended like this. Situ Gang felt extremely sullen in his heart. He snorted coldly and slowly walked back. In the distance, Yu Jichang's expression was incomparably gloomy as he said, "Let's go as well. This kid hasn't risen to prominence yet, so we must think of a way to deal with him. However, he actually has a connection to Qin Shao. We have to discuss this when we get back." The few of them felt threatened in their hearts, and their expressions were ugly. They were no longer as relaxed as they were when they first arrived. "Junior brother Shao Qin, I have done you a great favor. Are you not going to invite me back for a seat?" Qin Shao turned around and smiled at Shao Qin after everyone left. Shao Qin had no idea. Qin did God. Above it, Qin. He Shao, Qin and Shao. However, even if Qin Shao had not come, Shao Qin had a 60% chance of defeating Situ Gang. However, the secret of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram and the blue dragon would have been exposed. Qin Shao knew what Shao Qin was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink. Someone asked me to bring you something. It was just a matter of convenience." The suspicions in Shao Chen's heart deepened. However, he could only put them aside and lead Qin Shao into his courtyard. Qin Shao took a sip of the tea that Shao Qin brewed for him. Then he took out a jade bottle and a brocade box. He said, "There is a stalk of monarch bloodgrass in the brocade box. After consuming it, it can improve a cultivator's blood, giving them a trace of an ancient monarch's bloodline. There is half a drop of dragon marrow in the jade bottle. It can seep into a cultivator's marrow and allow their bones to undergo a complete rebirth, giving them a tenth of the dragon bone's defense. The value of the two added together would be difficult to buy even if one spent tens of millions of superior grade spirit stones." Great waves stirred in Shao Chen's heart. Could these two things be for me? Haha, that's right. These two natural treasures are for you. Even I am envious of such things, Qin Shao said with a faint smile. He wasn't lying. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones was a huge sum even for a true disciple. Furthermore, these two natural treasures were actually very difficult to measure with spirit stones. Even if one had money, one could not buy them. Most people would just consume them themselves. This happiness came too suddenly. Shao Chen found it hard to believe. He asked, "Senior brother Qin, who gave me these two items?" Qin Shao shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. First senior, sister, got someone to pass them to you at Bushin Palace. As for who gave them to you, I do not know either. I only heard from first senior sister that this person has a great background." The first senior sister that Qin Shao mentioned was the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. She was also one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation, second only to the sons of the 3 holy masters. She was undoubtedly a hero among women. In the 18 southern provinces, the Haotian sect's reputation was higher than the other 2-9 ranks of the great families. Aside from the mysterious sect master, a large part of the reason was this woman's prestige. Even after Qin Shao left, Shao Qin still could not figure out who was so generous as to bring him such a gift. Shao Chen did not remember interacting with anyone in the Kunlun realm. Never mind. There is no point in overthinking. These two natural treasures happen to be very useful to me. Originally, I was worried that I would not be able to reach the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer in a short time. Now I can relax, Shao Qin said softly as he placed the jade bottle and the brocade box into his universe ring. After renting this courtyard, Shao Qin had only 1 million superior grade spirit stones left. Shao Qin did some calculations. 1 million superior grade spirit stones would only allow him to reach the middle stage of the firmament body tempering art for a short time. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art at best. He did not even dare to think about reaching the peak of the firmament body-tempering art. After his vital qi reached 500 tons of force, it would be very difficult to increase it by even 10%. With this monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, all his problems would be solved. As for who sent them, that would be a problem for him to consider in the future. Xiao Qin quickly replenished his exhausted quintessence using a spirit vein's origin in the cultivation room in the courtyard. Then he immediately rushed to the herb shop in the inner city, where he bought the quintessence gathering pill. The shop was cold and cheerless. There was not much business. The shop assistants and the owner all seemed dispirited. Suddenly, when the owner saw Xiao Qin walk in, his eyes lit up. He immediately remembered that this was the rich customer who spent 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones to buy 2 quintessence gathering pills. The owner immediately perked up and smiled. "It has been a few days since we last met. Little brother's cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations." The owner's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that Xiao Qin had consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Qin's strength was at least 20% stronger than the last time he came. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said calmly, "It cannot be said that my cultivation has improved greatly. Bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures that I mentioned previously." The owner was startled. The medicinal pills that Xiao Qin mentioned previously cost a total of 7 or 800,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even a regular inner sect disciple would not be able to take out so many. Where did Xiao Qin get so many spirit stones? What's wrong? Are they all sold out? Xiao Qin asked with a slight frown when he saw the owner not moving. When the owner reacted, he revealed an expression of wild joy. He shouted, "How can this be? Quick, bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures for body-tempering cultivators." Soon, the counter in front of Xiao Qin was filled with medicinal pills and natural treasures for body tempering. Xiao Qin casually glanced through them and said, "You can remove the medicinal pills that are not useful for 500 tons of force of vital qi." The owner was astonished once again. This Xiao Qin did not look very old, only 21 or 22 years old. For him to be an inferior grade martial monarch was not too shocking in the Tianwu domain. However, Xiao Qin's physical body had also reached 500 tons of force of vital qi. This was rather scary. After taking away the inferior medicinal pills and natural treasures, Xiao Qin counted them and took out a bottle of spirit-freezing pills. Tempering the physical body was like tossing a piece of metal into a blazing fire, tempering it thousands of times, tempering it into steel. The process was extremely painful. The further one went, the more horrifying the pain would be. Hence, many cultivators were willing to spend time tempering the physical body. The spirit-freezing pill was a medicinal pill unique to the Kunlun realm. It could reduce the pain during the tempering process. If used at the right time, it would be very useful. However, it was very expensive. There were no more than 3 spirit-freezing pills in one bottle. However, they cost 150,000 superior-grade spirit stones, comparable to the rank 8 quintessence gathering pill. Furthermore, the spirit-freezing pill only reduced pain. It was far from comparable to the quintessence gathering pill. It had to be said that the expenses of a body-tempering cultivator were truly flabbergasting. After choosing the spirit-freezing pill, Xiao Qin took out a stack of dragon jelly ointment. The dragon jelly ointment was made from the blood of an earth dragon and the fire dragon fruit, using a special formula. When placed in clear water, it would form a medicinal liquid. When a cultivator soaked in it and tempered their body, with the help of the medicinal energy, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. There were many similar medicines. However, at Xiao Qin's cultivation realm, the dragon jelly ointment was the most effective. After that, Xiao Qin asked for a blood-refining pill. The blood-refining pill had the same effect as the monarch bloodgrass. However, The effects were worlds apart. However, this did not prevent him from using the blood-refining pill before consuming the monarch bloodgrass. Finally, Shao Qin took out a yellow spirit flower. The yellow spirit flower had the same effect as the half-drop of dragon marrow. However, the latter was extracted from the spine of an ancient dragon, so the two were not on the same level. The shop owner smiled happily as he counted the items. Then he said to Shao Qin, "All in all, it will cost 1,600,000 superior-grade spirit stones. However, you are a Haotian sect inner sect disciple. It is the same as buying the quintessence gathering pill. You only need to pay half the spirit stones." Shao Qin put away all the items. Then he took out 800,000 superior-grade spirit stones and gave them to the shop owner. Shao Qin still had some spirit stones on hand, but he was not in a rush to leave. "Boss, do you know where I can buy immortal spirit rings in the city? How much would they cost?" The shop owner muttered, "Immortal spirit rings, you can definitely buy them in the city's auction houses. However, the items there are very expensive. If you want to buy them, you can go to the miscellaneous goods street in the west of the city. That place specializes in miscellaneous goods. There are also some unknown treasures that you can find in remnants. As for the price, inner sect disciples do not get any discounts when buying immortal spirit rings. The more expensive ones cost 1 million superior-grade spirit stones. The worse ones only cost tens of thousands of superior-grade spirit stones. The more expensive the immortal spirit ring, the larger the space inside. Of course, the consumption is higher as well." Chapter 667. Shao Qin sighed softly and said, "The immortal spirit ring consumes energy?" The owner stroked his beard and smiled. "That is natural. Otherwise, where would it get the energy to form a world of its own? Unless it is an immortal spirit ring from the Immortal epoch, which can be used in a limited fashion. The current immortal spirit rings all require spirit stones." Shao Qin entered deep thought. Then he asked, "Medial-grade spirit stones?" Shao Qin had several million medial-grade spirit stones, but he had not had a place to spend them. If he could use them in the immortal spirit ring, he would not waste them. Yes, the effects are the same. It is just a matter of how much you use. After obtaining the answer he wanted, Shao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to leave. "Little brother, wait for a moment. Actually, I have an immortal spirit ring here. In the past, the inner sect disciples did not have enough spirit stones and used it to exchange. The energy in it has already withered. However, it is still rather large, at least 1,000 hectares." The owner seemed to have thought of something, suddenly calling out to Shao Qin. Shao Qin gave the other party a strange look. Then he quietly received the ring that the other party handed him. After sizing it up, he sent in his spiritual sense. Shao Qin saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. Aside from a nearly negligible spot of light, he could not see anything else. Shao Qin could not help but frown. Although he had not seen an immortal spirit ring before, he would not be fooled like that. Clearly, there was something wrong with it. Wait a moment. Don't be in a rush to return it. Suddenly, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Shao Qin's mind. He saw a figure flash in the pitch-black space. It was Ao Jiao. "This ring has a very dense aura of the Immortal epoch. Toss in your medial-grade spirit stones and take a look." Without saying anything, Shao Qin tossed in 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. Drizzle fell in the pitch-black space. The raindrops gave off a faint glow, looking very beautiful. However, after the rain stopped, the pitch-black space did not change. Nothing could be seen. It was just pitch-black. "Continue." Seeing that Ao Jiao wanted to continue, Shao Qin tossed in another 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. However, nothing changed. "Continue." Shao Qin tossed in another 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. The light dripped down, but nothing changed. "Continue." Shao Qin felt conflicted. Medial-grade spirit stones were not very useful in this Kunlun realm. However, they were not cabbages. They could be used to refine spirit-gathering pearls and exchange for superior-grade spirit stones after suffering some losses. In just a few moments, he had used up all of his middle-grade spirit stones. If he still did not obtain anything, then he would really be a fool. Ao Jiao said anxiously, "Hurry up. Just throw in another 2,000,000 spirit stones. If you are any slower, all the spirit stones in front will be gone." Helpless, Xiao Chen could only place in the final 2,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen, spirit flame, and Chen the sun, Chen's heaven, and spirit, and Chin spirit. Now, the originally small speck of light had turned into a small sun hanging in the sky. The world in the ring was a place of its own. There were mountains, rivers, and vast, boundless plains. There were all sorts of flowers, grass, and trees everywhere. It looked very lively, covering a vast area. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Silly brat, you picked up a treasure, right? This is a bona fide immortal spirit ring from the Immortal epoch. In the past, when I was adventuring with the Thunder King, I saw one. We had to throw in a large number of spirit stones at the same time to open it." Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart, but his expression did not change. Without saying anything, he tossed the immortal spirit ring to the owner with a dark expression and turned to leave. "Little brother, wait a moment. Wait a moment. This ring is really just drained of energy. Just throw in some more spirit stones, and it will be fine." The owner held on to Xiao Chen, refusing to let go. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? This ring is already damaged. It is completely useless." The owner chuckled and said, "It is fine even if it is damaged. It can be repaired. How about this? I'll sell it to you at a lower price. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones." Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression did not change, the owner clenched his teeth and said, 80,000, no, 50,000 is fine as well. The lowest price is 30,000. Xiao Chen said, "I'll buy another bottle of spirit freezing pills. I'll give this ring to you as a gift." The owner looked around and immediately started calculating. The profit from the spirit freezing pills was about 30,000 superior grade spirit stones. This lousy ring was not worth anything at all. Xiao Chan would be lucky to be able to throw it away. Soon, the owner came up with an answer. He said with a smile, "Deal. Give him another bottle of spirit freezing pills." Xiao Qin took out 150,000 superior grade spirit stones and carefully put away the immortal spirit ring and the spirit freezing pills. Then he hid his expression and walked out of the shop. "Owner, wasn't that immortal spirit ring you picked up from the Sundry Goods Street? Why did you give it to someone else for free?" The owner laughed happily and said, "What the hell do you know? I was just bragging. Those old fellows from the Sundry Goods Street cheated me to death. I bought it for 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. In the end, I wasted 5,000,000 medial grade spirit stones and still did not manage to open the space inside. I was lucky to be able to throw it to this arrogant buy." Outside the shop, Xiao Qin walked out for a long time before he revealed an expression of wild joy. He solemnly wore the immortal spirit ring on his finger, his eyes filled with joy. When Xiao Chun returned to his courtyard, he still could not hide the joy in his heart. The owner of the immortal spirit ring had actually given him a 50,000 hectare immortal spirit ring for free. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin took out the huge piece of soil with the netherworld flower from the universe ring and moved it into the air with a shio sound. After close to 3 months, without the support of spiritual energy, the netherworld flower had clearly withered significantly. Fortunately, the white flame in the center of the flower was only slightly dimmer. It still looked full of life force, showing no signs of withering. Xiao Qin used the immortal spirit ring to sweep across the square piece of soil in the air. A strong suction pulled it in. He sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring, and that piece of soil floated quietly in the air. Xiao Chen discovered that his spiritual sense could easily control that piece of soil in the world within the ring. However, when Xiao Chen looked at this vast and boundless world within the ring, he felt somewhat worried. He did not know where to place it. "Come with me. Place the netherworld flower on the spirit vein's origin. It will grow faster," Ao Jiao said as she floated over. Xiao Chen controlled the netherworld flower and followed Ao Jiao. At the same time, he felt it was strange. He asked, "There is a spirit vein in this ring? Why do I not feel it?" Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "There is. However, it is just a rank 1 spirit vein. Furthermore, it is of the lowest rank. The area it covers is rather small. In the future, when you are strong enough, you can bring in a few more high-ranked spirit veins. At that time, you can have your own herb field here." Following Ao Jiao's lead, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense brought the netherworld flower to a small herb field. Ao Jiao executed a small trick and immediately opened up a large hole in the ground. A spiritual light flickered at the bottom of the hole. Strands of spiritual energy turned into white mist and rose up. It was as Ao Jiao said, there was indeed a spirit vein here. The square piece of soil with the netherworld flower slowly filled up the hole. With the replenishment of spiritual energy, the dispirited netherworld flower instantly became much brighter. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he rejoiced in his heart. The netherworld flame in the netherworld flower was a superior Yin-attributed flame. After the extreme Yin flame consumed it, it could greatly increase the strength of the extreme Yin flame, increasing the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. All along, the Yang flame had flourished while the Yin flame dwindled. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiao Chen could not even unleash half of the purple thunder true fire's might in his right eye. This greatly limited the strength of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was one of Xiao Chen's greatest trump cards. From a certain perspective, it was even stronger than the heaven-ranked martial technique, the dragon subduing slash. In this Kunlun realm, although heaven-ranked martial techniques were expensive, they were not particularly precious. The true inheritors of the various 9 ranks of the great families would all obtain a heaven-ranked martial technique. Only the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could achieve the balance of Yin and Yang that no one had been able to achieve since ancient times. Xiao Chen used the unique Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram on Earth to merge them together. Even the martial sage Emperor Wu could not do it. You will be staying here in the future, with me helping you take care of the netherworld flower. You can make it mature a few months earlier, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she stretched lazily. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You know how to do this as well." Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she replied, "That is natural. In the past, I helped to take care of the Thunder King's immortal spirit ring. Every Emperor Wu has his own immortal spirit ring. He can plunder spirit trees and spirit herbs to nurture his own herb field. The immortal spirit ring of the immortal epoch is not that easy to obtain. Even some peak martial sages would be jealous of you. Just this point alone puts you ahead of many people." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He could only listen to Ao Jiao's words. With Xiao Chen's current strength, it would be impossible for him to fight for a spirit origin, even if it was just a rank 1-1. Those martial sages could kill him with one slap. With Ao Jiao's help, Xiao Chen did not need to worry about the netherworld flower. He withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring and started preparing to cultivate the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chen found a large bathtub and filled it with clean water. Then he slowly placed the dragon jelly ointment into the water. Chi! Chi! The water instantly boiled, and the medicinal effects of the dragon jelly ointment slowly came out. The clear water quickly turned steaming hot, and a medicinal fragrance spread throughout the room. Xiao Chen observed carefully before stopping. The remaining dragon jelly ointment seemed like it could be used 2 more times. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones were gone, just like that. Removing his clothes, Xiaoqin muttered, "I spent so much money to buy this dragon jelly ointment. I hope it will have some effect." Xiao Chen placed an ice spirit pill in his mouth and entered the bathtub. Then he sat down cross-legged. The medicinal liquid in the water immediately seeped through his pores and entered Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's complexion flushed red. He felt a warm current spread throughout his body. The strength and toughness of his physical body slowly increased at a weak rate. The quintessence in his dantian stopped flowing, and everything became quiet. Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi, letting it flow up and down his body, driving the medicinal energy. Qi, qi. As Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi, his bones, blood, skin, and flesh felt like they were being hammered by a steel hammer. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Chapter 668. The first 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art had been painful as well. However, it was not as intense as this time. Furthermore, with the help of the medicinal energy, the intense pain doubled. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to crush the spirit-freezing pill. He relied on his tenacious will to endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times and clenched his teeth. Night arrived quietly. The morning sun rose and set without anyone noticing. Xiao Chen completely forgot about the flow of time. As he circulated the firmament body-tempering art and the dragon jelly ointment, the strength of his physical body rapidly increased. The pain was like maggots in one's bones, following them like a shadow, constantly interrogating the cultivator's will. As long as Xiao Chen circulated the firmament body-tempering art, the pain would attack him continuously. As his strength increased, the pain would increase. Only by stopping cultivating could he eliminate the pain. At this moment, a cultivator's will and mental state became very important. You can endure loneliness and temptation. You have outstanding talent, excellent aptitude, and outstanding comprehension ability. You are ruthless to your enemies, showing no mercy. However, you do not dare to be more ruthless to yourself. If you cannot endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times, you will not be able to become a peak expert, standing out from the crowd. Endure, endure, endure. Xiao Chen roared in his heart. He did not give up. He circulated the firmament body tempering art continuously, waiting for the pain to surpass his limits. When he fainted from the pain, he would quickly crush the spirit-freezing pill in his mouth. A bone-chilling coolness immediately came from Xiao Chen's fiery body. The pain that was about to surpass his limits immediately decreased. The spirit-freezing pill could not completely eliminate the pain, it could only slow it down. However, it was able to prevent Xiao Chen from fainting at this moment. It was very useful. The effects of the spirit-freezing pill would not last for long. Xiao Chen continued to cultivate, preparing to break through this limit in one go. Every time he reached his limit, he would make a small breakthrough in the firmament body tempering art. Soon, the effects of the spirit-freezing pill wore off. Xiao Chen immediately stopped cultivating. This was because the pain would cause him to faint. If he persisted, he would waste his cultivation time. Amidst the splashing water, Xiao Chen got up and walked out of the bathtub. He casually wiped off the medicinal liquid on his body. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly as he felt an extremely strong force. Kacha! Kacha! The bones in Xiao Chen's body crackled like beans being fried. A formless power spread out uncontrollably. The airflow in the room surged endlessly. Some of the ornaments suddenly shattered, turning into fragments that danced in the air. That was not all. An acupoint on the sole of Xiao Chen's right foot suddenly opened. As the green dragon qi spread, Xiao Chen felt that his right foot was filled with endless explosive power. Xiao Qin had a joyful expression as he said, "The firmament body tempering art has reached small perfection. My vital qi has increased by 50 tons of force. I finally managed to open another acupoint. In the future, my ability to break through defenses will increase by at least 20%. Looking back at the bathtub behind him, he found that the Longling ointment in it had almost been used up. After spending some effort, Xiao Chen poured out all the water and replaced it with fresh water. I can still use the Longling ointment 2 more times. With the blood, refinement pill, and the bright yellow flower, I should be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. Finally, with the monarch blood grass and half a drop of dragon marrow, I should be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. Xiao Qin muttered to himself before entering the bathtub again. Then he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. 10 days later, Xiao Qin had exhausted the spirit freezing pill, the Longling ointment, the blood refinement pill, and the yellow spirit flower. Everything was as he expected. The firmament body tempering art had reached the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. His vital qi had increased by 100 tons of force. Now, without using quintessence, Xiao Chen's total vital qi could reach 1,300,000 tons of force. He had not suffered for nothing in the past few days. The hundreds of thousands of medicinal pills he spent on medicinal pills had not gone to waste. Now, if he met Situ Gang again, he would be able to put up a fight without using his quintessence. He would not be forced back by Situ Gang's vast quintessence like before. Aside from his right foot, Xiao Qin also opened 2 of the acupoints on his left foot. There were 12 acupoints on each foot. For the sake of balance, Xiao Qin intended to open both feet at the same time. He did not want to end up with a strong explosive force in his right foot and an ordinary one in his left foot. That way, there would be fewer variations in combat, making it easy for his opponent to see through him. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiao Qin arrived at the courtyard. Then he cautiously took out the half drop of dragon marrow and the monarch bloodgrass. These 2 items were worth cities. Even now, Xiao Qin felt somewhat weak. He felt that this was a pie falling from the sky. It was simply inexcusable. However, no matter what, the reality was that these 2 items were in Xiao Chen's hands and could raise his strength. As for the rest, there was no point in thinking too much about it. In that case, there was no point in thinking about it. The monarch bloodgrass was golden in color, with only a scarlet line in the middle. The entire herb looked very ordinary, somewhat unworthy of its famous reputation. However, with Xiao Chen's sharp spiritual sense, he could sense the unique might of an ancient sovereign. Although it was already very faint, it clearly existed. The pressure it gave off was also very real. Nguyen Muyun had obtained the monarch bloodgrass in the savage battlefield, which was filled with danger and danger. According to rumor, a startling war had taken place there during the ancient era. For the sake of the human race, the ancient sovereigns had fought against the other races, the fiend race, the beast race, the half-fiend race, the half-demon race, and the deity race. All the experts of the various races who participated in the war were martial emperors of their races. The scale of that war was vast, indescribable with words. Once the sky had 9 suns. After that war, only 1 sun remained. It was also after that war that the humans obtained the resource-rich Tianwu domain of the vast Kunlun realm. Then, they divided the territories of the other races. The cultivators who could become martial emperors were the overlords of the world, blessed with great luck. However, many of them died in that war. The monarch bloodgrass's original name was golden bloodgrass. It grew in many other places as well. Only the golden bloodgrass in the savage battlefield had been tainted by the blood of the ancient martial emperors. The golden bloodgrass that could not be burned to death by the sovereign's blood was the monarch bloodgrass that everyone saw today. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and used the purple flames to refine the monarch bloodgrass into liquid. Then he swallowed it in one gulp and quickly circulated his quintessence, increasing the speed at which it spread through his blood. Chi, chi. As the monarch blood grass flowed in, some of the impurities in Xiao Chen's blood seeped through his pores and turned into a faint azure smoke, scattering out strand by strand. At the same time, Xiao Chen's aura slowly changed. A tyrannical aura spread out. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. The clouds churned endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, it was like a sovereign had arrived. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen completely absorbed the trace of sovereign's bloodline in the monarch bloodgrass. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze was like a pair of powerful, treasured sabers, boundlessly sharp. A boundless aura surged out, and the trees in the courtyard swayed wildly. The lush green grass all bent over, not daring to raise their heads. Xiao Chen moved slightly and stood up. His aura suddenly soared. Ka-si-e. Under the pressure of this aura, the swaying tree broke in half. Countless bent green grass broke out of the ground. Then they were crushed into bits and scattered in the air. With a thought, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura. The howling strong wind instantly stopped, and the grass that filled the air fell to the ground. That insufferably arrogant sovereign's aura also completely calmed down. However, this calmness was only temporary. As long as Xiao Chen willed it, it could erupt at any time. The trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline is indeed strong. Now, I do not even fear the aura of a martial sage. As Xiao Chen looked at the chaotic scene in the courtyard, he thought to himself, just a trace of a diluted bloodline is already so mighty. In that case, how graceful were the ancient sovereign's bloodline? It really inspired one's imagination. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen took out the other half-drop of dragon marrow. True dragon marrow was valuable as well. There were no longer any true dragons in the current martial epoch. Only some true dragon skeletons from the Immortal epoch remained in some extremely dangerous remnants. This half-drop of dragon marrow was obtained by one of the Tianwu domain's 7 giants, Wang Meng, in an underground dragon grave after going through great danger. Wang Meng had always been reluctant to use it. Unexpectedly, he ended up benefiting Xiao Chen instead. Dragon marrow could penetrate deep into a cultivator's tough bones, changing the structure of the bones and strengthening their toughness. Its effects were several times better than those of a similar spirit herb. Xiao Chen took much longer to refine this half-drop of dragon marrow than to refine the monarch bloodgrass. He used half a day. After Xiao Chen's entire skeleton absorbed the energy in the dragon marrow, he underwent a drastic change. His physical defense increased by at least 20%. Compared to the increase in his aura, Xiao Chen preferred such a direct change. When Xiao Chen felt such a change, he felt dissatisfied. He said, "There is too little, only half a drop. In the future, when I am strong enough, I will definitely obtain some more dragon marrow and monarch bloodgrass." The monarch bloodgrass strengthened Xiao Chen's bloodline, allowing his aura to withstand the might of a martial sage. The half-drop of dragon marrow directly strengthened his physical defense. These 2 items allowed Xiao Chen to undergo a complete transformation. The benefits they brought could not be measured in spirit stones. While the natural treasures were still in effect, Xiao Chen cultivated the firmament body tempering art through the night. Finally, before the sun rose, Xiao Chen cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer. Xiao Chen cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, and his vital qi increased by 50 tons of force. This marked a perfect end to his closed-door cultivation. The sun shone brightly, filling Xiao Chen's room with mottled light. He looked at the time in the hourglass. In the blink of an eye, it was already the start of the month. It is time to take on missions. This time, I have to make it to the top rank of the contribution ranking. Xiao Qin muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed with extreme confidence. He no longer feared anyone in the inner sect. The top rank of the contribution ranking would receive 500,000 superior grade spirit stones, 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, and 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior grade spirit stones and inferior grade spirit gathering pearls were still manageable. If Xiao Chun worked hard, he would be able to earn them. However, 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls were hard to come by. Even if one had money, one would not be able to buy them. Xiao Chen had to obtain them. Xiao Chun had a premonition that inferior grade spirit gathering pearls would be useless to him when he wanted to break through to medial grade martial monarch from inferior grade martial monarch. Only medial grade spirit gathering pearls would do. Chapter 669. After leaving the door, Xiao Qin headed straight for the mission hall. The mission hall at the beginning of the month had very little traffic due to some unknown rules. Regular inner sect disciples had to wait until the 10th before they could accept missions. They had to let the veteran disciples and the giants pick first. Back then, when Xiao Chen defeated Gui Wu and fought with Sita Gang, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. His strength was already acknowledged long ago. Seeing Xiao Chen walk in with large strides, the expressions of those inner sect disciples fluctuated slightly before they calmed down. I want to accept missions to kill loose cultivators. Let me see those with more than 2,000 contribution points. Xiao Qin directly stated his request to the black-clad administrator. When the others heard this, shock filled their faces. Missions with more than 2,000 contribution points were extraordinarily difficult. Most importantly, those missions were monopolized by the inner sect's 5 giants and Yun Feiyu. These inner sect disciples had to be too busy or refuse to accept them. Otherwise, if Xiao Chen snatched their missions, the other party would definitely seek trouble for him in private. The black-clad administrator knew about this, but did not care. Survival of the fittest. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. This was the rule of any sect in the first place. Going by the book, the black-clad administrator took out the mission list that Xiao Chen wanted. He said, missions with more than 3,000 contribution points can only be accepted by true inheritors. The rest are all here. Xiao Chen received the list and carefully looked through it. After eliminating the extremely time-consuming missions, he accepted a total of 10 missions. He said, "That's all." "Xiao Chen, are you seeking death? How dare you snatch our missions?" A furious shout came from outside the hall. It was the leaders of the inner sect's 5 factions. When Yu Jiqiang and the others received the news, they rushed over. Lan Feichen appeared the angriest. He strode over and grabbed the mission list in Xiao Chen's hand, not caring about Xiao Chen at all. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He casually placed the mission list behind him with his left hand and circulated his vital qi with his right hand. Bang! The palm landed on Lan Feichen's shoulder, and a huge force surged out, sending the unprepared Lan Feichen flying. Everywhere Lan Feichen passed, the inner sect disciples on both sides were sent flying. His strength was unimaginable. Everyone was shocked, and their brains short-circuited. Lan Feichen, one of the leaders of the inner sect's 5 great factions, was actually sent flying by a casual palm strike from Xiao Qin. Outside the entrance, Yu Jiqiang and the others from the other 4 factions were all shocked. Although Lan Feichen had been careless and had not expected Xiao Qin to resist him in front of everyone, he had not expected Xiao Qin to resist him. However, with a casual push from Xiao Qin, he was sent flying. Furthermore, with such great force, he knocked away all the cultivators along the way. That was truly terrifying. Thud! By the time Lan Feichen reacted, he had already retreated 100 meters. His feet rubbed against the ground, producing a chi-chi sound. Lan Feichen's palm strike did not contain any offensive power. He only wanted to push Lan Feichen away. In reality, Lan Feichen did not suffer any damage. However, Xiao Chen humiliated him in front of everyone. Rage blazed in his heart. Who was he? To think that a newly advanced inner sect disciple humiliated him like that. How could he endure it? How dare you, Xiao Chen? You actually dare to push me. Before he could finish his words, a figure flashed in front of him. The shadow of a leg broke through the void with a whistling sound, attacking him from the side. Lan Feichen was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so bold. First, Xiao Chen directly pushed him away. Now, before Lan Feichen finished speaking, Xiao Chen took the initiative to attack. Very well, you attacked first. Even if I cripple you today, there is no way for you to say anything. Lan Feichen steeled his heart and circulated his quintessence, preparing to deal the killing blow. However, Lan Feichen had somewhat underestimated Xiao Chen's kick. That kick was not supported by quintessence, saving him the effort to circulate his quintessence. When Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence and prepared to catch Xiao Chen off guard, he discovered that he no longer had an opportunity. He discovered that he no longer had a chance. If he continued to attack Xiao Chen would definitely kick him first. When Lan Feichen thought about Xiao Chen's physical body and how he dared to clash head-on with Situ Gang's attack, he did not dare to be careless. Lan Feichen lowered his feet and gathered quintessence on his left hand, wanting to block this kick first. Whoosh! Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart, and the acupoint on his left foot opened. Instantly, a strong shockwave shot out from his foot. Then he turned around in the air, instantly changing his position. Xiao Chen's right foot landed on Lan Feichen's left shoulder. A huge force instantly exploded out, catching Lan Feichen off guard. He had focused all his quintessence on his right arm, leaving his right shoulder defenseless. Pa! Lan Feichen fell to the ground from Xiao Chen's kick. The entire process happened in an instant. The crowd only saw Xiao Chen kick at Lan Feichen before he could finish speaking. Then Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence in the direction of Xiao Chen's kick, preparing to block with his right arm to receive this kick. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen's kick would be blocked, Lan Feichen fell to the ground in a sorry state. His aura instantly crumbled. You! How dare you kick me? I will kill you today. Blood leaked out of a corner of Lan Feichen's lips as he lay on the ground. He was somewhat stunned as he pointed at Xiao Chen and glared at him. Normally, when the inner sect disciples saw Lan Feichen, they would all treat him with respect. None of them were as unruly as Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not wait for Lan Feichen to finish speaking. Just as Lan Feichen was about to get up, Xiao Chen spun around in the air without touching the ground, ruthlessly kicking him back down. Chi! Chi! Xiao Chen did not stop exerting force. This kick not only caused Lan Feichen to fall to the ground again, but it also sent him sliding back 100 meters and crashing into the threshold. He even slid back 100 meters before crashing heavily onto the door sill and spitting out another mouthful of blood. You actually dare to kick me again. I will kill you. Lan Feichen was so enraged that he no longer panicked. All his quintessence surged as he stood up and charged at Xiao Chen. Yu Jiqiang and the others outside the door reacted. They all snorted coldly and attacked together. Wind immediately surged in the mission hall, and strong winds howled endlessly. Stop! This is the mission hall. If you want to seek a personal grudge, go somewhere else. When the black-clad administrator saw that the matter was getting out of hand, he shouted ferociously and sent out a palm strike. It was like he was pushing a mountain in the air. Yu Jiqiang and the other 4 who were flying over let out muffled groans as they were pushed back by the palm wind. Lan Feichen did not feel satisfied in his heart. He adjusted his breathing and pointed at Xiao Chen. He said to the black-clad administrator agitatedly, Lord Administrator, you have to see this clearly. We are not the ones causing trouble. This brat made the first move. The black-clad administrator said coldly, "I saw it very clearly. You broke the rules and snatched his mission list. That's why he made a move. Furthermore, he did not use any quintessence. He only knocked you back in advance." Lon Fachin argued, "That's not right. From the start to the end, I never truly made a move. He was the one who made a move." "How laughable!" The black-clad administrator smiled coldly and said, "It is not that you did not want to make a move. It is just that you did not have a chance to. Since you already decided to make a move, why are you still being so wishy-washy? Do you think that a battle between cultivators is child's play? You were beaten up so badly that you could not retaliate, losing all your face. Yet, you still have the cheek to stand here and reason with me? I really feel ashamed for you." The others in the hall felt that the old man's words made sense. This Lon Fachin thought too highly of himself. He thought that with his prestige, the other party would not dare to make a move. Even after being knocked back by Xiao Qin, Lon Fachin still harbored the illusion that he could use his prestige to scare off Xiao Qin. If he had used his true strength from the start, he would not have lost so much face. Do you really think that you are some incredible person, that others have to listen to you? If you really think that he snatched your mission list, you can settle your personal grudges outside. As long as one is capable, anyone can take the mission here. The black-clad administrator did not show any mercy, reprimanding Lon Fachin again. Lon Fachin's complexion alternated between green and red. The scolding made him feel ashamed. He could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. As Lon Fachin looked at Xiao Qin, he hated that he could not immediately charge forward and kill him. This time he had completely lost to Xiao Qin, losing all his face. Yu Jiqiang thought for a while and gave Xiao Qin a meaningful look. Then he said, "Come, let's leave first." With the black-clad administrator around, Lon Fachin knew that he could not do anything to Xiao Qin today, so he could only leave the mission hall with a hateful expression. As Xiao Qin watched them leave, he did not think too much about it. If he wanted to obtain the first rank, he would definitely offend these people. The other party would not back down, so Xiao Qin would not back down either. A conflict was unavoidable. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste words with these people. He would just start fighting. After receiving the mission, Xiao Qin said to the black-clad administrator, "Many thanks for Senior's help." The black-clad administrator remained expressionless as he said calmly, "Even if I did not make a move, you would have dealt with it. There is no need to thank me. Furthermore, the inner sect has been like a pool of stagnant water for many years. I hope that there will be more people like you, the better." Xiao Qin did not find it strange that the other party could roughly see his bottom line. As for the last sentence, Xiao Qin did not care much about it. After saying that casually, he prepared to leave. "Wait for a while. You will not be able to surpass Yun Feiyu with the missions you have on hand. I'll give you a mission worth 3,000 contribution points. Do you dare to accept it?" Xiao Qin was stunned for a while before saying, "Didn't you say that only true inheritors can take on missions worth 3,000 contribution points and above?" The black-clad administrator said indifferently, "There are always exceptions to everything. In the past, the exception was Yun Feiyu. Now there is another. You can take a look at the details of the mission yourself. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. I will not interfere." Xiao Qin received the mission list and looked through it. He could not help but frown. The difficulty and risk of this mission were too high. However, the rewards and contribution points were startling as well. "All right, I will accept this mission as well." Xiao Qin had always been a decisive person. He was very firm on his goals, so he quickly made his decision. A light flashed in the black-clad administrator's eyes. He smiled faintly as if he had expected this to happen. Xiao Qin turned around and walked out of the door. The other inner sect disciples in the hall all looked at him and gave way, automatically opening a path for him. Earlier, Xiao Qin had not said a single word. He had only used his actions to prove himself, beating Lan Feichen into a sorry state. Although Lan Feichen had been careless, just Xiao Chen's courage alone left them in the dust. Normally, when the leaders of the 5 factions swept their gazes over, they would be frightened to death and obediently hand over their spirit, gathering pearls. Chapter 670. Although this Xiao Qin is very awe-inspiring now, he offended the people of the 5 factions. In the future, it will be hard for him to settle this peacefully. Earlier, he offended Situ Gang and Gui Wu. Now he offended these 5 people. This Xiao Qin is really fearless. After Xiao Chen left, the people in the hall started discussing in low voices. After leaving the hall, Xiao Qin glanced at Yu Jiqiang and the other 4 standing guard outside. Then he paused for a moment before leaving without looking back. As Lan Feichen watched Xiao Qin leave, the rage in his eyes looked like it would spew out at any moment. "Senior brother Yu, are we just going to let him leave like that? You all saw his ambition. He clearly wants to fight for the first rank on the contribution ranking and push us down," Lan Feichen said hatefully. The other 3 nodded, agreeing with Lan Feichen's opinion. Then they all looked at Yu Jiqiang. Yu Jiqiang replied indifferently, "What else can we do but let him leave? After all, this is still the inner sect. We cannot be too heavy-handed. It is just scratching an itch. There is no point. Then what should we do? We can't just watch this fellow rise up step by step," Lan Feichen said anxiously. A cold light flashed in Yu Jiqiang's eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Naturally not. In the following month, we will not accept any missions. Hand over all the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that you have accumulated. I will help you exchange them for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. All of you will enter closed-door cultivation for 1 month and do your best to raise your cultivation to peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. When he returns, we will deal a fatal blow to him outside the city gates and snatch away all the proof of his missions." After saying that, a sinister expression flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, "Aha. I really want to see his expression when he receives the sex punishment after failing all the 2,000 contribution point missions." The eyes of the other 4 lit up. They all felt that this plan was indescribably wonderful. They did not need to kill Xiao Qin and bear the crime of killing a fellow sect member. Furthermore, they could deal a fatal blow to him. In the sect, the punishment for failing a mission was extremely severe. The higher the reward of a mission, the heavier the punishment for failure. All the missions that Xiao Qin accepted required at least 2,000 contribution points. If he failed all the missions, the combined punishment would be sufficient to strip him of his cultivation in the Haoqian sect and expel him from the sect. Suddenly, Feng Wuheng thought of another problem. With a suspicious expression, he asked, "Senior brother Yu, where did you get the means to exchange inferior grade spirit gathering pearls for medial grade spirit gathering pearls? You won't let us suffer a loss, right?" At their cultivation, they could no longer use inferior grade spirit chin to break through bottlenecks. They could only rely on Feng with spirit, Qin Feng, and spirit, Xiao Qian Yin Qin Feng. And Qi was to say, spirit of Xiaoyan with Qin to Yin Qin Xiao Qin of Qin Xiao and Qin, and to of Qin of Ling to of Qin to Hida Qin. Hence, Xiao Qin found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering pearls to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Furthermore, he was worried that Yu Jiqiang would have to sacrifice himself to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. That would be too much of a loss. Hence, Feng Wuheng found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering spirit beads to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering spirit beads. Furthermore, with senior brother Hua's backing, we are not afraid of offending senior brother Qin for Xiao Qin. The true inheritors are also split into 2 factions. Senior brother Hua's faction happens to be senior brother Chen's enemy. With senior brother Hua's backing, we're not afraid of offending senior brother Qin for Shao Qian. The others no longer questioned Shao Qian's plan. They all felt that it was feasible. They could enter closed-door cultivation to break through bottlenecks and wait for Shao Qian to return before dealing him a lightning-fast strike, snatching away the proof of completing the mission. This was a perfect plan. Jiqiang continued. Even if he manages to escape from us and obtain the first rank, Yun Feiyu will not let him off. Yun Feiyu is even more ruthless than us. How could he let a newcomer ride on his head? No matter what, this Shao Qian is destined to never rise up. We will forever suppress him. Shao Qian could guess the schemes of the others. However, he did not think too much about it. Aside from the mysterious Yun Feiyu, he did not fear anyone else in the inner sect. In the face of absolute power, any scheme would be futile. As long as he continued to strengthen his own strength, it would be enough to achieve the goal in his heart. This trip would take a long time, and there would be many unpredictable dangers. Shao Qian exchanged the quintessence gathering pills and other rank 8 medicinal pills that he had no use for superior grade spirit stones. After that, Shao Qian went to the inner city and chose some rank 8 medicinal pills that he could use in battle. He bought 3 medicinal pills that could quickly replenish quintessence, 3 medicinal pills for treating injuries, and a bottle of antidote pills. After making all his preparations, Shao Qian spent all the spirit stones he had on him. He held the 3,000 contribution point mission slip in his hand. Shao Qian encouraged himself in his heart as he set off. The 2,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. The difficulty of the mission was higher than that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, they were mostly within the same cultivation realm and would not be too far apart. However, the 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. These loose cultivators were not small bandits that only roamed the nearby provinces, but true great bandits. Great bandits were everywhere in the 108 provinces of the Tianwu domain. They moved about everywhere, and their tracks were hard to track. Normally, these bandits would not cause a ruckus or rob a small city or a small clan that did not match their status or the way they did things. Often, they would not leave the mountain for half a year. When they did, they would do something big and then disappear without a trace. They would enter closed-door cultivation for 1 or 2 years before coming out again. They were far more troublesome than the 7 Black Wind Killers. Loose cultivators were also known as evil cultivators. In the entire Tianwu domain, there were no more than 100 loose cultivators that could be called great bandits. Because of this, the mysterious intelligence organization made a list of evil cultivators and listed all the famous bandits in it. This time, Shao Qian's 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill a great bandit ranked 96th, the loose cultivator known as Lone Wolf. According to the information on the mission list, Lone Wolf was a peak medial grade martial monarch. He was a half-fiend and possessed the blood of the white wolf race. His physical body was outstanding, and he could turn into a fiend at any time. By relying on his half-fiend body, regular late-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs would not last more than 100 moves against Lone Wolf. Furthermore, the baleful aura that Lone Wolf had accumulated far surpassed that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. His baleful aura could already turn solid. Just one look from him could frighten others. The various negative emotions formed by the baleful aura could enter a cultivator's sea of consciousness and turn into all sorts of illusions. They were extremely difficult to deal with. The other sects probably received news of Lone Wolf coming out of closed-door cultivation. Aside from Lone Wolf, the disciples of the other sects are my greatest enemies. Shao Qian thought to himself, sometimes the disciples of the righteous sects are even scarier than loose cultivators. 5 days later, Shao Qian used the transportation formation to cross several provinces. Finally, he arrived at the smallest of the 18 southern provinces, Chiushui Prefecture. Although Chiushui Prefecture was the smallest, it was about half the size of the Sky Dome realm's Great Qi nation. A rank 7 sect managed Chiushui Prefecture. The sect leader was only a half-sage. With such a sect, it was easy to imagine how much control they had over the many cities in the prefecture. This was also an opportunity for bandits, like the White Wolf, to take advantage of. This time, Xiao Chun received news that the White Wolf was preparing to come out of closed-door cultivation and make a move on the second-largest city in Chiushui Prefecture, Heavenly Water City, Lord's residence. Heavenly Water City had several rare mines and controlled a merchant river. There were also a few rank 2 spirit veins. Although there were no precious treasures, there were some low-grade treasures that reached a horrifying number. If Xiao Chun plundered all of them, his harvest would be considerable. For example, 1 million medial-grade spirit stones was nothing. However, 10 million or 20 million medial-grade spirit stones were enough to make several sect disciples jealous. Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and went to an inn closest to the city, Lord's residence in Heavenly Water City. He was not in a rush to check in. Instead, he ordered some food and wine to reward himself. The inn had 4 floors and a spacious hall in the middle. One could see the roof. Xiao Chun sat on the 3rd floor and could see the people on the floors above and below. As Xiao Chun ate, he felt several probing auras sweep over him. These probing people were not simple. The weakest among them was a late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. Several of them were even peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs. Although late-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs and peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs differed by only 1 grade, the difference in strength was huge. If Xiao Chun fought a late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch, he had a 70% chance of victory. However, if he fought a peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch, he only had a 50% chance of victory. He had to be extra careful. Naturally, there was no reason for so many experts to come to the insignificant Heavenly Water City. There could only be one reason. Their purpose was the same as Xiao Chun's. While Xiao Chun seemed to be casually eating and drinking, he carefully scanned all the peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs with his spiritual sense, not missing a single one. Although Xiao Chun withdrew his aura, he had not learned any martial techniques to hide his strength. These martial monarchs were also medial-grade martial monarchs. When they used their spiritual sense, they quickly discovered his cultivation. A late-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch is not worth mentioning. The masters of these gazes withdrew their gazes and revealed disdainful expressions, no longer paying attention to Xiao Chun. Even early-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs would not be enough to kill Lone Wolf. They needed a peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch to lead them. A lone middle-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch would be seeking death. Xiao Chun took note of these people's expressions. He smiled faintly to himself and ignored them. Then he continued sizing up the peak, late-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs. A man in gorgeous black, embroidered clothes sat at a table by the window on the 3rd floor. He looked elegant and handsome, and he gave off an extraordinary aura. He was a peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. There were 2 people on each side of this man, both late-stage, medial-grade martial monarchs. The entire team was very strong. There was a similar group at a table on the 4th floor. The person leading this group was a yellow-clad girl. She looked very pretty and gave off a stunning aura. She was also a peak late-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. Aside from the Haotian sect, there were 2 other large factions in the 18 southern provinces, the 9 ranks of the Great Families, the Full Moon Pavilion, and the 1,000 Mystery Sect. If Xiao Chun guessed correctly, the man in black embroidered clothes should be from the Full Moon Pavilion, and the yellow-clad girl should be from the 1,000 Mystery Sect. They were the peak inner sect disciples of their respective factions. Chapter 671. Aside from these two strongest teams, there were three weaker teams, made up of several late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. These teams should be from rank 8 sects like the Rising Sky Pavilion in the 18 southern provinces. In their sects, one could become a true inheritor once they reached peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarchs. True inheritors did not lack resources. They would not risk their lives to kill bandits for medial-grade spirit gathering pearls. However, among these cultivators with high cultivations, the one that caught Xiao Chen's attention was a lone, white-haired cultivator. This white-haired cultivator had a faint scar on his face. He also wore white clothes, and his aura was simple and clean, appearing very peaceful. However, Xiao Chen detected a hidden ruthlessness in the depths of this white-haired cultivator's eyes. This aura was completely different from the aura he displayed. If not for Xiao Chen's mental energy being much stronger than that of regular cultivators, he would not have noticed this strange thing. This person was also a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, based on his aura, he was no weaker than the black-clad man or the yellow-clad woman. Xiao Chen calmly paid the bill and asked for a room. After he took a bath, he immediately started using the spirit-gathering pearls to cultivate. Night arrived quietly. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sending down its radiance. The entire world was quiet and serene. Dong! 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 Knocking came from outside the room. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then he opened the door and went out. At this moment, one of the yellow-clad woman's team stood outside the door. She was also a pretty azure-clad woman. She smiled gracefully and said, "This young master should be an elite disciple of the Hao Chen sect, right?" Under the moonlight, this woman looked extremely beautiful when she smiled. There was a flirtatious look on her face that tugged at one's heartstrings. This woman must have cultivated some kind of charm technique. As she spoke, she silently executed it. However, this was useless against Xiao Chen. Her charm technique was far inferior to Leng Yu's. Using a charm technique on her for no reason was no different from attacking her. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual sense shook to break this woman's charm technique. He said rudely, "Don't use these little tricks on me again. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, don't come and disturb my cultivation." The azure-robed woman took a step back. Her complexion was somewhat unsightly after her charm technique was broken. She was very dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's reaction. This fellow was clearly only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, he was not polite when he spoke. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Naturally, there is something for me to visit so late at night. If I guessed right, you should be here for Lone Wolf." Xiao Chen did not deny it. He nodded lightly and waited to see what the other party had to say. In that case, it will be easy to deal with Lone Wolf. Full Moon Pavilion's young Master Chiu Yi and our Thousand Fantasy Sect's senior sister, Xue Ping, want to gather everyone's strength to deal with him. As for Lone Wolf's head, when the time comes, everyone will fight for it based on their own abilities, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The azure-robed woman spoke in a leisurely manner, extending an invitation to Xiao Chen. Of the teams that came, these two clans were the strongest. Their joint invitation was more of a threat than anything else. If Xiao Chen did not agree, to prevent Xiao Chen from causing trouble, they might deal with him first. If Xiao Chen agreed and the battle ended, these two clans would have the highest chance of obtaining the proof of completion. Given this, the other teams would be unable to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. This was an overt scheme. Even though Xiao Chen knew the other party's scheme, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to continue playing. Following the azure-robed woman, Xiao Chen arrived at a balcony on the top floor of the inn. The 5 teams and other factions that he saw during the day were all gathered here. The white-haired cultivator that Xiao Qin paid special attention to stood in a corner, appearing extremely calm. When the man in luxurious black clothes saw Xiao Qin arrive, he immediately walked over and smiled warmly. "This brother, I am the Full Moon Pavilion's Qiu Yi. Welcome to the team." At the same time, he introduced the other people in the team to Xiao Qin. When the white-haired man was introduced, he said, "This is Brother Zhong Li from the north. Like you, he is also a bladesman. He is very skilled at saber techniques." After Xiao Qin introduced himself, he stood alone in a corner and looked at the city, Lord's residence below. The defenses of the city, Lord's residence, were not particularly strong. It seemed like they had not received any news. Under the illumination of the full moon, everything was very calm. "I wonder if Lone Wolf will come tonight. He attacked for the past few nights. We spent a lot of effort to repel him. We absolutely cannot let him escape today." 2 people in the team conversed softly. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. He had not expected Lone Wolf to appear so early. The leader, Qiu Yi, said, "Everyone be careful today. Lone Wolf has the blood of the White Wolf race. During the full moon, he will be several times stronger. He will not be easy to deal with tonight." Boom! Right after Qiu Yi spoke, a black figure quickly flew over from the distant horizon under the golden full moon. A baleful aura spread out from this figure, and a horrifying aura rose and fell like the vast sea. Even from a distance, one could feel it clearly, causing one's hair to tremble. "He's here." Everyone's expressions changed as they perked up at the same time. "Xiu! Xiu!" The eyes of Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping lit up. They immediately led their companions and leaped off the roof, quickly flying towards Lone Wolf. The others took a deep breath and revealed excited expressions. Then they flew off one after another. The white-haired cultivator, Zhongli, glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Xiao, we are both alone. How about we travel together?" Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Several dozen black figures flashed in the calm night. A strong killing qi spread out, filling the air with a cold and somber intent under the bright full moon. Bang! 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 At the very front, Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping had already made a move to block Lone Wolf. An intense battle immediately broke out in the sky. All sorts of horrifying forces burst out with 5 colored lights in the dark night. Heavy explosions rang out continuously in the night. Before Xiao Chen and Zhong Li could rush over, they saw some weaker cultivators trying to help get knocked back. When Xiao Chen got closer, he discovered that Lone Wolf, who wore black leather armor, wore a mask on his face. He could not see his appearance clearly. Fighting 1 against 2, Lone Wolf faced Qiu Yi's and Zhuo Ping's sharp attacks. His defense was impenetrable. Occasionally, he could pull back his hand and easily block the attacks of the others. As Lone Wolf leaped up and down, he occasionally caught hold of an unlucky cultivator's weakness. Then he used his baleful aura to attack them and severely injure them in an instant. Everyone's expressions turned somewhat unsightly. Tonight's Lone Wolf was indeed as Qiu Yi had said. He was much stronger than the night before. Xiao Chen looked to the side and saw Zhong Li staring at the battle in front of him. He looked extremely engrossed. Zhong Li's expression did not seem to be wrong. However, Xiao Chen keenly noticed that Zhong Li was not focusing on Lone Wolf. Instead, Zhong Li was staring at Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping. It was like he was analyzing their fighting styles and unique martial techniques. "Brother Xiao, it is time for us to make a move." Seeing that Xiao Chen had noticed him, Zhong Li withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. A thick saber appeared in his hand as he charged at Lone Wolf first. Zhong Li's thick saber sent out a white, icy saber chi. Under the restraint of saber intent, the state of ice did not leak out at all. In the night, The dense white saber chi looked like a line descending from the sky, piercing through Qiu Yi and Zhuoping. The saber chi accurately struck Lone Wolf's body. Ice spread out, and in an instant, Lone Wolf was completely frozen. When Xiao Chun saw this saber strike, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He exclaimed in shock, "A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent." Qiu Yi was even more astonished. He had not expected this Zhong Li to be hiding his strength. However, this was not the time to be thinking about this. The sword in Qiu Yi's right hand trembled, and a flame spread out. A quintessence bird in high spirits flew out from the sword with a cry. The bird gave off a bright golden light. Every feather of the bird burned with a blazing flame. As it flapped its wings, heat waves surged into the sky, completely eliminating the cold of the night. As the bird flapped its wings, rings of formless flames appeared in the air, spreading out like ripples. The power of the ripples was extremely terrifying. As they vibrated, the entire space trembled. The expressions of the others changed. They immediately understood what Qiu Yi was trying to do. He wanted to use the opportunity while Lone Wolf was sealed in ice to knock everyone back. After that, he would snatch the other party's head and obtain proof of completion. The logic was very clear. However, not many people dared to clash head-on with the formless flame ripples. They could only retreat helplessly for now. The pretty Zhuoping snorted coldly and thrust the thin sword in her hand forward. The tip of the sword released a dazzling light. The surging ripples immediately parted. The tip of the sword clashed with the ripples, creating countless resplendent flames. Under the bright moonlight, the flames were as beautiful as starlight. Although Zhuoping blocked the flame ripples, she was delayed. She could only watch as Qiu Yi charged at Lone Wolf with the golden flaming bird. Cassier! Just at this moment, countless cracks appeared on the originally smooth and precipitous ice sculpture. Lone Wolf instantly regained his freedom. When Lone Wolf saw the golden flaming bird flying over, he roared ferociously. His right arm swelled up continuously. His sleeve instantly tore, revealing a werewolf's arm. Quintessence, containing fiend energy, gathered in his transformed hand. Then he punched. Bang! Bang! In the silence of the night, two loud explosions resounded as the giant flaming bird was smashed to pieces. It was like a golden bright fireball had turned into countless flames in the dark night, scattering in all directions. Qiu Yi's killing move was forcefully broken. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he vomited a mouthful of blood and retreated several hundred meters. However, Lone Wolf was in an even more sorry state than Qiu Yi. The energy from the explosion blasted his transformed arm into a mangled mess. Even the bones were visible. One of his arms was temporarily crippled. However, Lone Wolf took advantage of this opportunity to fly back a kilometer, quickly fleeing out of the city. After him! We can't let him escape again, Zhuoping shouted. Then she led the 1,000 Mystery Sects people and quickly gave chase. Chapter 672. Xiao! However, there were two white figures that were even faster than them. Xiao, Chen, and Zhong Li had arrived the instant the intense explosion occurred. The instant the intense explosion occurred, they both somersaulted and executed their exquisite movement techniques, dodging the shock wave and flying forward. Their figures shot out like arrows, tearing through the sky. The two of them chased after the fleeing Lone Wolf. When the two were about to reach the city gates, Lone Wolf suddenly stopped and turned around. Suddenly, his undamaged left hand transformed into a wolf claw and smashed at Zhong Li. Zhong Li, who was in hot pursuit, did not expect Lone Wolf to be so crafty. Despite fleeing in such a panic, Lone Wolf still dared to stop and fight. Zhong Li quickly raised a saber and formed a screen of saber light filled with ice. However, the strength of Lone Wolf's transformed arm clearly surpassed that of a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The sharp claws tore through the screen of saber light and tore through Zhong Li's protective quintessence. Then they left 5 horrifying claw marks on Zhong Li's chest and knocked him back. Lone Wolf's horrifying strength was astonishing. It was not that Lone Wolf could not put up a fight. It was just that his arm was injured and he did not want to take the risk. Lone Wolf's masked face revealed only a pair of scarlet eyes. After knocking back Zhongli, he turned around and the baleful aura in his eyes turned solid, heading toward Xiaoqin and entering Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness. Then Lone Wolf laughed maniacally and sent out a pitch-black quintessence palm with his left hand at Xiaoqin. It was like Lone Wolf was certain that, given Xiaoqian's cultivation, Xiaoqian would die without a doubt. After doing all this, Lone Wolf once again fled out of the city without looking back. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged and roared. It shattered the various illusions of the other party's baleful aura, causing them to vanish. The baleful aura of loose cultivators, which made the sect disciples tremble in fear, was useless before Xiaoqin. A resplendent saber light lit up in the dark night. Xiaoqin held the lunar shadow saber and sent out a dense electric saber chi. The electric light exploded out and shattered the quintessence beast claw flying at him. Zhong Li, whose chest was injured, fell to the ground in a sorry state. When he saw this scene, he frowned slightly. An imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense had been paying attention to Zhong Li's expression. When he saw this scene, he seemed to understand something. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. When he saw that Lone Wolf was not difficult to catch up to, he gave up on giving chase. Damn it, he escaped again. The rest of the troops caught up. When they saw that Lone Wolf was only a small black dot left, they all cursed. The somewhat pale Chiu Yi revealed a contemplative light in his eyes. He said, "Let's return to the inn first. Everyone should recuperate." On the rooftop, the original members of the team gathered together again. After checking, he found that several martial artists had suffered serious internal injuries and needed to recuperate for a long time. They would definitely not be able to fight for the next few days. Thus, the strength of the team had been weakened. This Lone Wolf is really crafty. If he does this every day, our team will be weakened again tomorrow. He has a half-face body. He recovers much faster than us. If this drags on, we will not be able to hold on. Everyone analyzed the results of the battle. They all felt somewhat dispirited. It looked like Lone Wolf's harassment over the past few days had greatly damaged their mental states. Zhuo Ping said, "I feel that this Lone Wolf is becoming more and more familiar with Chiu Yi's and my moves. It is like when we fought, he could see our attacks from every angle. It is getting easier for him to deal with our combined attacks. At the start, he did not have any spare energy to attack the others." Chiu Yi nodded and said, "I feel the same way. Perhaps his comprehension ability is astonishing. However, this is not the time to think about this. We do not have many chances left. Lone Wolf is extremely cautious. He will only appear for 5 days. Tomorrow is the last day. If we cannot take him down by then, he will disappear again." After saying that, Chiu Yi looked up at the silent Xiaoqin. He said, "Brother Xiao, I saw that you easily broke Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Do you have any good ideas?" Following Chiu Yi's reminder, everyone recalled Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Xiaoqin had not been affected at all. This person was definitely not as simple as he looked. Xiaoqin smiled gently and shrugged. "I was just lucky. I do not have any good ideas. Ask Brother Zhong Li. He sealed Lone Wolf with one saber strike." Zhong Li smiled bitterly and said, "That was also because young Master Chiu and Miss Zhu delayed Lone Wolf. That was how I had the opportunity to seal Lone Wolf. Just look at the wound on my chest, and you will know the result." Seeing that the two were unwilling to say more, Chiu Yi did not ask any further. He discussed the arrangements for tomorrow night before announcing that everyone should go back and rest. After the others left, Chiu Yi said to Zhuoping, "Those two fellows are not simple." Chiu Yi did not say their names, but Zhuoping knew who he was talking about. She smiled and said, "I don't know whether they are simple or not. I only know that you are not simple. You have not even killed them, and you are already thinking of burning the bridge after crossing it." Chiu Yi smiled unconcernedly and said, "Tomorrow is our last chance. The two of us cannot hold back anymore. We cannot give the two of them any chances." The moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After the huge battle, the night sky of Heavenly Water City returned to normal. Perhaps some of the cultivators in the city could sense the horrifying energy fluctuations from earlier. However, to this small city, cultivators at the level of Xiao Chen's group were not people they could come into contact with. Even if they knew, they would not dare to have any thoughts about it. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. As for the ordinary citizens, they had already fallen asleep. To them, that was a distant world. It would be difficult for it to interact with their lives. The lamp in the guest room flickered. Xiao Chen did not cultivate, nor was he in the mood to sleep. He thought about what he had seen today and came up with a vague answer in his heart. Xiao Chen searched the universe ring for a long time before he finally found what he was looking for. With a flip of his palm, half a piece of spirit wood appeared in his hand. The spirit wood was a branch of an ancient spirit tree, the Wutong tree. Xiao Chen vaguely remembered that he still had some spirit wood. Indeed, he had found it. Revealing a faint smile, Xiao Chen took out a carving knife and carefully carved the spirit wood, which was only half the length of his palm. The flickering light from the lamp illuminated Xiao Chen's delicate and fair face, making him look very focused. Bits and pieces of spirit wood fell with the rise and fall of the carving knife. However, these bits of wood did not turn into dust or soil like they usually did. Instead, they turned into motes of crystalline light that drifted into the guest room. The enchanting light was very bright and dazzling, making the simple guest room look like a dream. Xiao Chen was completely focused, not paying attention to his surroundings. In his eyes, there was only the wooden sculpture in his palm. His mind was calm. There was nothing else. When the wooden sculpture was completely formed, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He felt incredibly dizzy, so he checked the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Just a simple wooden sculpture had actually exhausted most of his mental energy. No wonder he felt even more tired than fighting. The wooden sculpture was of Xiao Chen himself. He wore white clothes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His eyes were intelligent and clear, like a miniature version of himself. Spirituality and temperament are sufficient. It still lacks a bit of life. Xiao Chen thought for a while and sent a drop of essence, blood, into the wooden sculpture. In that instant, a spiritual light flashed in the wooden sculpture's eyes, and red blood flowed through its body. It was like real blood flowed through the blood vessels in its body. This wooden sculpture was no longer an inanimate object. Only at this moment did Xiao Chen reveal a satisfied smile. He looked around and discovered the dreamy motes of light in the room. He smiled gently and said, "Unexpectedly, after not practicing for a long time, my carving skills have improved. It looks like carving also tests one's mental state." For the sake of this small wooden sculpture, Xiao Chen had exhausted too much mental energy. He did not waste any more time and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to recover his mental energy. Xiao Chen only recovered his mental energy when the sky turned dark the next day. After making some preparations, he opened the door and met up with Chiu Yi and the others. "Hey, is that Brother Xiao?" The moment Xiao Chen left the room, he ran into Zhong Li, who was also going to the roof. The white-haired, white-robed Zhong Li had already recovered from his injuries and looked very spirited. Xiao Chen turned around and smiled. "Brother Zhong Li, are you looking for me?" Zhong Li carefully sized up Xiao Chen. He felt that today's Xiao Chen was somewhat different from yesterday. However, he could not pinpoint what was different. Zhong Li collected his thoughts and smiled gently. It's fine. If I did not see wrong, Brother Zhao's saber strike last night should have grasped a perfect 40% comprehended saber intent. At such a young age, you already have such comprehension abilities. You are truly admirable. These words were not just flattery. Xiao Chen looked like he was only 21 years old. In the Kunlun realm, where 30-odd years old were considered youths, 21 years old was considered very young. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It is just a 40% comprehended saber intent. How can it compare to Brother Zhong Li's perfect 50% comprehended saber intent? Furthermore, you have the state of ice that surpasses the limits." After one state reached the limits, it was extremely difficult to raise it to a will. If one wanted to increase the might of one state, one had to think of other methods. The extreme yin sects, Wan Feng's secret technique, and Xiao Chen's immortal state of thunder were similar methods. Clearly, this Zhong Li had grasped such a secret technique as well. A proud look flashed in Zhong Li's eyes. He said, "I am just a few years older than you. We are both bladesmen. If there is a chance, we should exchange pointers with each other. I would be delighted to. I have long wanted to exchange pointers with bladesmen of the same generation." Xiao Chen replied calmly without changing his expression. When Zhong Li saw Xiao Chen's serious appearance, he felt some disdain in his heart. A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent was much stronger than a 40% comprehended saber intent. Zhong Li's state and cultivation were both stronger than Xiao Chen's. Did Xiao Chen really think that he could compare to him? As the two spoke, they arrived at the rooftop. The peak inner sect disciple of the full moon pavilion, Qiu Yi, and the peak inner sect disciple of the Thousand Mysteries sect, Zhu Ping, had been waiting there for a long time already. The moon was round on the 15th. Tonight's moon was indeed rounder and larger than the previous night. As the bright light shone down, it made Heavenly Water City appear gentle and peaceful. No matter how beautiful the moon was, no one was in the mood to appreciate it. They all stood at the side, lazily, resting for the final battle. Chapter 673. Seeing that everyone was present, Qiu Yi said, "Tonight is our last chance. This is also Lone Wolf's last chance. I hope everyone will not hold back. Otherwise, you might lose your lives. Zhu Ping and I have discussed it. We have decided that no matter who obtains the proof of completion, Lone Wolf's treasures will be given to everyone else." Right after Qiu Yi spoke, the eyes of the others lit up. Someone immediately smiled and said, "That is good. Even if we do not obtain any contribution points, Lone Wolf's treasures will be more than enough to make up for our losses. This suggestion is pretty good. We agree." The others all agreed. They knew that with Zhu Ping and Qiu Yi working together, there was no chance for them to fish in troubled waters. If they could obtain Lone Wolf's treasures, they would make a huge profit. Qiu Yi shifted his gaze to the silent Zhong Li. He asked, "What does Brother Zhong Li think?" Zhong Li let out a meaningful chuckle and said, "I will obey young Master Qiu's orders." As for the silent Xiao Chen, everyone ignored him. They believed that as an inferior grade martial monarch, he would not reject this suggestion. Good. In that case, it is agreed. When Lone Wolf appears, we will not say anything and immediately use our killing moves. Qiu Yi was in high spirits. He said in a magnificent manner, "We will kill Lone Wolf in one move, not giving him any chance to catch his breath. Kill Lone Wolf and split the treasures." Qiu Yi's words roused everyone's morale. They wished that Lone Wolf would appear immediately and hack him to death. Bang! Bang! Just as the crowd was in a state of agitation, a hole was suddenly torn open on the roof above their heads. A giant hand fell down from the hole at lightning speed. With a schwa sound, it grabbed the head of the person who spoke. Then, the hand swelled up before everyone's eyes and turned into a thick beast claw. With a slap, the beast's claw lifted the warrior up, and the entire roof was torn off. The black-clothed and masked lone wolf, who exuded a baleful aura, had already stopped on the roof at some point in time. His injured arm had already recovered. "Are you saying that you want to kill me?" Lone Wolf laughed loudly. Then he used his hands to tear the captured person in half, causing blood and internal organs to fall out as the person screamed in fear. The sudden scene stunned everyone. They had thought that Lone Wolf would fly in through the city gates like he did a few days ago. Who would have thought that Lone Wolf would be so bold today? He had already stopped on the roof and waited for everyone. Their minds had already short-circuited in the first place. Now that they saw a person dismembered, the many horrified cultivators felt their minds go blank. Their earlier bold words had already vanished into thin air. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned, Lone Wolf, whose arms had already turned into spirit fiends, descended at lightning speed. Amid the frenzied attacks, another 3 or 4 people died on the spot, courting death. Surround him. Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping reacted quickly. They shouted angrily and charged at Lone Wolf, who knew that Lone Wolf was not greedy. After killing a few people, he laughed loudly and punched through the wall, easily flying out. Chase! With their plan completely disrupted, Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping could not care about anything else. They took the lead and gave chase. When the others recovered their wits from their shock, they cursed and quickly chased after Lone Wolf with their weapons in hand. Xiao, Chan, and Zhong leaped up at the same time, following Lone Wolf. Under the full moon, Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping still acted as the main force against Lone Wolf, whose arms had already turned into spirit fiends. Today, the two of them knew that this was their last chance. They did not hold back at all. Their quintessence surged as they executed all sorts of killing moves without holding back. Last night, Lone Wolf, who could still use both his hands, was forced into a corner and could only do his best to block. A ferocious glint flashed in the eyes of the remaining cultivators. They all made up their minds to fight this final battle. They pushed their cultivations to the limits and attacked Lone Wolf repeatedly. Loud sounds rang out continuously in the night sky. As the figures flickered, more wounds appeared on Lone Wolf's body. Several sect disciples were in an even more miserable state. Lone Wolf directly tore them in half with one swipe of his claws. However, no one retreated. Things had already reached this point. If anyone cowered, the advantage that Qiu Yi and the others held would immediately crumble. As Xiao Chen and Zhong Li entered the battle, the situation in the air took a turn for the worse. Lone Wolf gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lone Wolf roared, and his body swelled up several times. His black clothes tore apart as he completely turned into a spirit fiend. After Lone Wolf's body turned into a spirit fiend, his aura became even more ferocious. His scarlet eyes glared at a cultivator who tried to sneak attack him. A horrifying, baleful aura turned into a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, hell, and all sorts of negative emotions exploding in that cultivator's mind, causing him to become distracted. "Pa!" Lone Wolf laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike. The black palm wind was like the gigantic hand of a strange beast. With a loud bang, it mangled that cultivator, killing him on the spot. A ruthless look flashed in Qiu Yi's eyes. He said, "I was waiting for you to completely turn into a spirit fiend." "Zhuo Ping, stop holding back." Zhuo Ping did not say anything. Her expression turned cold, but her aura became even more terrifying. Then she withdrew her slender sword and sent out 9 strands of surging sword qi connected from head to tail. Each strand of sword qi created ripples in the air, capable of splitting mountains and rivers. The 9 swords merged into one, looking like a ferocious flood dragon bearing its fangs and claws as it charged at Lone Wolf. 3 sharp screeches came from Qiu Yi's body. Flames surrounded him and formed 3 glistening, golden, flaming birds. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these 3 flaming birds were extraordinary. Every single flaming bird's charm contained an incomparably sharp sword intent. This allowed the flaming birds, formed from quintessence, to possess not only strong explosive power, but also unparalleled penetrative power. Boom! 2 killing moves that could rival inferior grade heaven ranked martial techniques struck Lone Wolf's transformed body with the help of quintessence. Attack! The other cultivators who had been storing up power did not wait for the shock waves of the explosions to scatter. They raised their auras to their limits and turned into beams of flowing light as they hacked down with their weapons. Bang! 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 Intense metallic clangs came from the shock waves. Each sound was like thunder unending. No one in Heavenly Water City would be able to sleep tonight. Xiao Qin looked carefully and discovered that Lone Wolf, who had already turned into a spirit fiend, was still very ferocious despite the attacks. Lone Wolf clashed head-on with Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping's attacks. Occasionally he made a move, smashing some of the flies flying at him into a mangled mess. Xiao Chun faced 2 sect disciples who were no weaker than him. Furthermore, there was a group of medial-grade martial monarchs interfering. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's side suffered heavy casualties. They could not truly kill Lone Wolf. Just thinking about it was incredible. Unexpectedly, combat experience and the baleful aura accumulated from killing others had such a strong effect in a true battle. After pausing for a while, Xiao Chen charged over again, joining the group surrounding Lone Wolf. The battle was extraordinarily arduous. When facing the completely transformed Lone Wolf, the group did not hold back at all. They expended their quintessence without holding anything back as they surrounded him. After attacking for a long time, frustration flashed in the ferocious Lone Wolf's eyes. He directly attacked and tore a hole in the encirclement, retreating out of the city. Chase! This time, we cannot let him escape. Even if we have to go to the ends of the world, we have to kill him. Qiu Yi shouted coldly and took the lead to chase after Lone Wolf. The others did not hesitate either. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, they would not let it go. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and stood upright. As he watched the group of people leave, he did not give chase. All the more, he felt that there was no need to. Zhongli, who did not give chase as well, arrived before Xiao Qin. As he got closer, he smiled and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you not going to give chase?" Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "There is no need. Pu si ai." Before he could finish speaking, the smile on Zhong Li's face instantly disappeared. He was only 2 meters away from Qin Chao. The killing qi that Zhong Li had been suppressing surged out. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, sent out a saber light faster than lightning. With the support of the perfect 50% comprehended saber intent, the resplendent saber light was as bright as the sun. The full moon in the sky instantly lost its luster. The distance was too close, and Xiao Qin was caught off guard. The moment Xiao Qin placed his hand on the saber hilt, blood spurted out like an arrow, and his head fell to the ground. The eyes of the head, floating in the air, were wide open. It looked like Xiao Qin had died with a remaining grievance. The headless body quickly fell to the ground. The eyes of the white-haired cultivator, Zhong Li, glowed red, and he radiated killing qi. His originally scholarly aura vanished completely. He became as ferocious and berserk as a wild beast. Just one glance from him would cause others to tremble in fear. Zhong Li's lips curled up in a cold smile as he looked indifferently at Xiao Chen's headless corpse. He said in disdain, "With such little vigilance, he dared to fight with me. Serves him right to die." Zhong Li looked meaningfully at Qiu Yi and the others, who were chasing after Lone Wolf. He smiled and said, "The sect disciples are still as gullible as before. Bring me to finish my business, and then we will deal with them." Everything was going according to plan. Zhong Li was in a good mood. He had a sinister smile on his face as he quickly headed for the city lord's residence. It has been a long time since I started a massacre. My baleful aura has stagnated. Zhongli stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his chapped lips. He could not help but tremble, looking very evil. However, Zhongli did not notice that when Xiao Chen's headless corpse landed on the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, there was only a small, exquisite, headless wooden sculpture lying there quietly. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhongli moved very quickly. In a few breaths, he arrived at the gates of the city lord's residence. However, the strange thing was that there was not a single guard at the gates of the city lord's residence. This somewhat disappointed Zhongli, who was in a rush to drink blood. There is no need to rush. There will be a chance later. Zhongli laughed cruelly. Then he sent out a beam of energy with his right palm and shattered the heavy gates. Zhongli strode in. The scene of panic that he imagined did not appear. The gates had been destroyed. Despite such a big matter, not a single cultivator from the city lord's residence came out. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhongli quickly walked forward. His expression turned increasingly unsightly. Unexpectedly, there was not a single person in the vast city lord's residence.